Hola, hello. I'm going to Portugal all alone with almost no money, no makeup or friends except for the one I made. Just myself taking in the spectacular, breathtaking sceneries, exploring some of the most famous royal palaces, old castles, and museums to relive its rich history, while praying for my sins in many other historical cathedrals and monasteries. We'll go up high to the most recognizable bridge and some of the iconic landmarks, heading down under 230 meters to work as a salt miner, as well going extreme to the southwestern and western edge of continental Europe, and getting some beach time in between, not to mention joining in to its traditional celebrations, filling up with your delicious cuisines, and getting around by public transportation, by boat, by wheels, and on foot, all done safely, inexpensively, and easily. Anything I can do, you can do. DIY Destinations Portugal, and you are invited. We are so fortunate to live in a small world with so many cultures, so much beauty, and so much diversity. The world waits for no one. It's up to each of us to discover its magnificent destinations. I want to make travel accessible to all of us by showing how it can be done safely and inexpensively. Officially named the Portuguese Republic and located in the southwestern Europe, being one of the oldest countries on the continent, its territory has been continuously settled and fought over since the prehistoric times, tracing back 400,000 years. Arise from 40 years of fascist dictatorship, Portugal has transformed into a modern-day democracy. It is credited for being the forefront of change, from decriminalization of all drugs to sustainable energy and participation as a leader in the global politics. That is why I'm here, to retrace its long and magnificent history and its difficult past, to experience its rich cultural heritage, to feel its incredible landscape and the natural beauty, to savor its incredible diverse cuisines, to listen to its traditional folk music, and to witness its economic challenges while seeing the resilience as a nation. Most importantly, to appreciate the warm hospitality of its proud people and experience the best of what this land has to offer. Portugal is well connected by bus and train from Spain and France to the capital Lisbon, but the most popular way to get in is by air. Most likely you'll be flying into Lisbon Airport, the main gateway for international flights. If you are starting a journey from northern Portugal, you'll land at city of Porto, with direct connection to major cities in Europe. But we'll start a journey from the best part of Portugal, the Algarve region, the most well-known and southernmost city of Faro, and this will be our home base. Ladies and gentlemen, we just have touched down. I'd like to welcome everyone to Faro. Our journey has just begun. The first settlement dates from the 4th century BC and was the most important urban center of the southern Portugal and commercial port for agricultural products, fish, and minerals. Leveled by the earthquake in 1755, this little modern city has relatively few historic buildings. Faro has become the capital of Algarve since 1756. Today is the most popular destination for sun seekers from northern Europe, offering year-round sunshine, picturesque beaches, fresh seafood, and a laid-back atmosphere. With a population of 61,000, that's a lot of friends, especially the hot babes waiting for us to meet. So let's get going. Alright everyone, we have just got off the plane, and once again, welcome to Tokyo. I'm sorry, just joking. Welcome to Faro. Alright, we are heading up, boarding off, heading out to immigration right now. Good news, if you are coming from the European Union or a developed country, most likely you'll be welcome without any visas. No bribes required. Alright, so the good news is if you have American, Canadian, Australian, Japanese, or EU, you can use Electronic Express migrations. I recommend you stay by the historic old town. It's only 10 minutes by cab. It's pretty cheap. You won't need to be a crazy rich agent. But the cheapest and the best way is a frequent public bus. Alright, so let's get our tickets to go to Faro. First of all, you can just pay on board. So let's get my tickets and let's get off. Looks like this is my bus. Number 16. As you can tap it. That's why I just realized the driver has a machine. Maybe I'm wrong. The bus operates from 6 in the morning to midnight, and the ride only lasts about 20 minutes. The bus 16 actually take you pretty much through the whole town, and you can get off pretty much anywhere. You only need one day to visit most of its attractions in town. Getting around is a breeze. Faro is actually a very easy place to explore on foot. You can get basically on one side of the city to the other side in 15 minutes. There's also like scooters all over the place. They built per minute, as well as bike shares. If you want, you can get one of these tour trains. Basically take you around to different attraction sites. Oh, come on guys, let's not be lazy and just do it on foot and enjoy the sight and sound of Faro. Unless you can communicate telepathically, you definitely need a local SIM card to ask someone out on a date. I offer the prepaid ones. All plans include airtime and text message, ranging from €5 for 3.5 gigs to €10 for 25 gigs. You then also need some cold hard cash to impress the lovely Portuguese ladies. Yes, you need some bling bling in euros. The markups are pretty high at the cash exchange, and many credit card issuers charges fees for foreign exchange. The best option is the ATM cash withdrawal, and here's how I do it. Most of the ATM here is pretty bad. The one to avoid the most is the Euronext ATMs. They have withdrawal fees. Now the one that's really good, if you see MB Multibanco, this is run by the actual bank here in Portugal, so you're not going to be ripped off. Those machines allow me to either accept the dynamic exchange in my home currency or go with the float, which I recommend just go with the market rate, because the markup for dynamic exchange roughly is about 5 to 10%. That's a raw deal. To show off how brilliant I am, I'm going to showcase all the cool places with the most efficient order. Let's begin our journey from Faro's downtown. The San Antonio Street serves as a main entrance to the city center. This pedestrian street is one of the oldest in Faro and serves as a bustling hub of economic activities from shopping to fine dining. After sunset, it transforms into a vibrant nightlife. Of course, don't be alarmed if you'll be paying for the tourist price here. Since I'm on the budget, let's move on and check out something that is free by going back in time. Just few minutes on foot, you'll see Faro's ancient city wall, part of which forms a broken ring around Faro's compact old town. The Romans called this town Osnoba, made their presence felt here, and built a wall around the area which had been contained various important buildings. The Arab conqueror Moors, who later held the town from early 8th century for almost 500 years, reinforced a defensive structure, and today its influence can be still seen in the arches around the various entry points to the historic center. When the Moors was expelled by the forces of King Alfonso III in 1249, the Islamic and Jewish inhabitants of Faro were sent to live in the quarters outside the city walls. New defensive walls were built here in the 17th century to help to defend the city from the worst effect of the War of Restoration. Located within the old city wall is the Faro Cathedral. Although there's no documentary evidence, it is possible that it was originally built from 1251, 2 years after the reconquest of the village, by orders of the Archbishop of Braga. The structure has been built on the remains of an ancient Paleo-Christian basilica that had been converted into a mosque. Now there is a small entrance fee to get into the cathedral, so if you have time, go and check out, because I heard a lot of great things about this particular magnificent... Actually, all the churches here is really nice, but I do have other plans, so let's go and have a look. If you wonder what's more important than church, being on budget means I always have to be on the lookout for free food. I mean, look up. One of the things that you'll notice when you go around the city is you get so many orange trees, and I'm very certain this is all free for the picking. So I'm gonna ask a local. Excuse me, are those oranges? Are we allowed to pick it and eat it?
Sweet or not?
Okay, we don't know if it's sweet or not, so it's eat at your own risk. Thank you. Just behind the Faro Cathedral is a statue of King Fonso III, who conquered the city of Faro from the Moors and made it part of the Kingdom of Portugal in the 13th century. Facing the statue is a dome building housing Faro's main museum. The Renaissance architecture was built between 1518 and 1523 by the Convent of Our Lady of Assumptions, and the last nun abandoned it in 1836, and it became a cork factory. The municipality bought the building in the second half of the 20th century and opened the site in 1973, and displaying the artifacts discovered in the city and the surroundings. The permanent exhibit includes a wide range of artifacts from prehistoric Portugal to the neoclassic times, including pottery, paintings covering major civilizations that settled in the area, in particular the Romans. This includes Roman tombstone, Visigothic plats, ancient coins, and paintings from 16th to the 19th century by Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, and Northern European artists, mostly bought by the local bishop. The biggest treasure are the busts of Roman emperor found in the site of Maru nearby, and a Roman mosaic unearthed in 1926 by Faro's train station and removed for protection in 1976. Known as the Mosaic of the Oceans, it dates from the late 2nd century or early 3rd, features the name of the man who commissioned it, and at the center is the image of Oceanus, the Greek god of the oceans. Faro is actually very diverse, this region, and there was one time its main religion was Islam, and this is basically the Islamic room and with many of its artifacts. Right beside the Islamic room there is a stairs, to the heaven. Oh, just joking, to the 2nd floor. Let's go and have a look. The upper floor of the cloister has a lovely view of the garden below. There's also a gallery dedicated to art of Carlos Felipe Parfilio, a local painter who captures the local legend in his striking oil paintings. However, the museum also holds temporary exhibition of modern art by noted Portuguese and foreign artists. Located a stone throw away is one of the 2 main entrances to the Old Town, Faro's original wall settlement. The Arco de Villa, the monumental archway, was commissioned by Bishop Francisco Gomes de Avila in the early 19th centuries. The project was carried out by the Italian architect Francis Xavier Fabri and inaugurated in 1812. However, the histories date back to 8th to 9th century BC. In the Roman period, the main road in which connected to the west and east of Algarve passed through this entrance. Just 2 minutes on foot will get you to Faro Marina. This is definitely where you can meet some crazy rich Asians with fancy boats, if that's what you want. Sadly, I'm not one of them, given everything I do is on a budget. There's an oblique erected in 910 honoring the statesman Ferreira Damida, who served as a captain of war and sea, and member of the Legislative Assembly and Minister of the Navy. Damida is credited for being a founder of the School of Seamen and made numerous contributions to the development of the roads and fishing industry in the region.
You go with me.
Yeah, this is pretty much all the great places that's open year-round. It's pretty much only takes a half a day. I'm going to make the most of today by heading back to the marina and catch a ride with these long-lost brothers from my tour sponsor, Algarve Beauties. Now, of course, one of the must-sees here in Faro is the amazing caves. There's not just one, there's actually quite a number of them. I mean, public transportation is pretty reliable here, but it will take you some time to get around. So if you want to make the most of it, one of the ways is take a tour, especially if you're in the time crunch. They are not too expensive. They are like, range from 25 to 50. Some of them by boat, some of them by bus. So today we are going with a minibus. How's that? The morning tour starts at 10 a.m. and afternoon starts at 3 p.m. Both tours last 5 hours round trip. I suggest the afternoon departure since if you're lucky enough to come on a clear day, you'll be able to see a spectacular sunset. You can also take the buses, but it's limited and it takes a really long time. Another option is the hop on and hop off buses that operate from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Oh yeah, if you got some six packs, bring them along because we are going to show some skin. With that being said, let's go. So we have just arrived at our first point right here. And take a look at this. Beautiful vantage point. Now obviously the most famous is the Banja cave, right? But there's a lot of other beautiful caves like this one right here. It's a natural landmark created by the sea, wind, and the sun in a limestone cliff. Erosion has created rock pools, caves, and windows and balconies over the sea. It resembles a lunar landscape and is one of the main natural monuments of Algarve. One of the highlights is Boneca, which means the doll in Portuguese. It's a small cave with an entrance leading to a tunnel with two large windows opening to a sea. It's said to have given that name because it's inside a pinnacle that once resembled a doll. So, use your imaginations. It's pretty spectacular looking out in the Atlantic Ocean here. But I'm gonna make some room for everyone else. On the wall of limestone cave, with your imagination, you can clearly see my beautiful face. Actually, I'm not so ancient yet. As you can see on my wall here, there's many layers of sediments you can see inside the rocks, and you can find a lot of the seashells because thousands of years ago the sea level was higher, and there's marine life that now is fossilized inside those rocks. There's more. Oh yeah, there's more to it. So on this side, there is some steep stairs. Oh, look at that! Look at this! Hell yeah! There's a long staircase leading down to the edge. During the high tides, you're able to swim in a natural form rock pool. If you want to show off your manhood, this is a popular spot for cliff jumping. Now here's a little advice for you guys. Make sure you come with running shoes because the steps here could be a little bit steepy. So let's go. Thank you so much. This guy's the best. This guy, he's cool. He's from Ukraine, by the way. This guy. What's your name?
Ukraine, Nikita.
Nikita.
Okay.
He's
If you wanna jump, I can make video for you.
Oh, okay? I'm good. I'm good. See, I'm not ready for Tinder yet.
Not yet. Wait.
Not yet. A little bit later. When I lose some weight.
We have more beauty.
For those of you who knows me probably know I'm not like a photo person, but this looks so tempting. Check this out. So tempting. Our next stop is only 10 minutes away to a little village on the Atlantic coast of Benagil. If this sounds familiar, you're not crazy. Everyone's having fun, isn't it? So here we go. We We have come to the most famous cave here in Portugal, Benagil. Is it Benagil Cave?
Benagil Cave.
Benagil
Very
Cave.
extremely beautiful.
Yes,
for you.
yes, just for me.
Don't
Oh
jump.
my
If
God.
you jump, I'll take video, okay?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we do that. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Benagil Cave right here. Picture is worth 1,000. Oh, sorry. Video is worth 1,000 words or 1,000 kisses. The Benagil Cave is one of the most famous places in Portugal after Microsoft featured this beautiful cave as a screensaver for Windows 10. The cave is the most unique among all the caves in Algarve coastline. It is the only one that has been eroded both from the side and from the top. This unique natural process has resulted in an opening in the ceiling that allows the sunlight to brighten up the grotto and the beach that it hides. To visit inside the grotto and the beach within, you either need to rent a kayak from Benagil Beach. Once again, if you are up for showing off your manhood, you can swim across the 200 meters. But I strongly do not recommend it unless you know the location and the tides really well, and you are a confident and strong swimmer. Here we go. Bye bye, cave. That's it. See you next time. So we are heading back to our car. What's the agenda? Who knows? Sadly, this marks the end of our tour. Just joking. I'm completely forgot that I need to show off my 6-packs, especially to this hot French babe. I mean, 1-pack. There's no better place to do it than one of the most famous beach in Algarve, the Marina beach. Here's our advice. Bring your bathing suit because we also going to head off to a beach. Or else, am I allowed to go naked by any chance?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Swimming. I show you the secret cave there to 1 second.
Oh.
It's take you for secret beach.
Okay, so he's going to show me some secrets. So make sure you bring your bathing
Deep
suit.
secret more.
Deep secret? Oh my god, I think I have to tip him a little bit more. I'm just contemplating right now. Should I get someone naked and jump into the beach here? It's good. Oh man, to be or not to be question right here. Feeling is I will go into the water, but just keep in mind, just be warned, I don't have a 6-pack. I do have a 1-pack though. So don't you laugh. I will haunt you on Facebook. Boys and girls, I think we are going down to this beach. Praia da Navina translates into Navy Beach, an iconic beach near the Lagoa. It is known as one of the most beautiful beaches in the world and featured in both CNN and Lonely Planet. This golden sand beach is nested at the base of a towering limestone cliff. Its formation is a result from erosion by rainwater and winter storms over the course of millions of years. The most notable formation includes the double sea arch Arcos Natural, which lies west side of the beach, one of the most photographed natural features in Algarve. The seawaters in Marina Beach is incredibly clear and makes it ideal for swimming and snorkeling. In the summertime, it's supervised by lifeguard along with all the amenities are open, including the cafes and kayak rentals, but only accept cash. If you are coming in the winter, you got to bring your own beer. I came in January, which means getting undressed a little bit more difficult. The changing room is closed, but that means I have to do something somewhere. And guess what we got?
The secret room to take you for another secret beach.
Ooh, right here.
Don't show nobody, okay?
It's between us, okay?
Don't show nobody, okay? Be kind.
If you do, you have to pay this guy. He's not cheap.
91110.
This little tunnel leads to the tiny hidden Praia do Braco, the hose beach. This beach is tiny, literally enough for only 5 towers to lay down here. So if you want a little piece of the precious real estate in the summer, come early. Oh yes, although it's surrounded by cliffs, the sun can be very strong. So if you don't want to end up being roasted like barbecue chicken, it's a good idea to bring some sunblocks. Alright, so as you can see, I man up. I don't have a 6-pack, I do have a 1-pack. The last one's good. I'm gonna go run it. Oh, I love it. Run! Oh yeah. Here's our general rule. Don't get too close to the wall because the wave is sometimes can be really strong and it might hit you against the wall. So you might be hit. Also very sharp as well. That's the only thing. Okay, I think I'm done for the day, but you know what? You can stay longer, but I'm just getting a bit cold. With that being said, oh yo, this guy's filming me. Thank you. Before leaving, I like to remind everyone, littering ain't so sexy. Please guys, be respectful. Take your trash with you. And if you can avoid it, don't drink bottled water. They're just really bad for the environment. The ride back to Faro takes about an hour to the same spot near the marina. Oh yes, despite doing my best to sweet talk this babe for a date, I did not succeed. For those of you with better luck, there's many cool date ideas, especially after the sun goes down. You can take a romantic walk inside the old wall city. Or if you need a few drinks, there's many pubs offering free nightly live entertainments. Most likely it will feature Portuguese folk music fado, a genre origin dating back to 1820s or 1830s in Lisbon. Common themes in the songs include feeling, the heartbreaks, and longing for someone who left, the daily life and the conquest.
Muito obrigado.
But tonight, I'm going to end it on a happy high note by joining the entire town at the New Year's Eve party. This annual celebration taking place on the marina and spread over to Emmanuel Bivar Garden, featuring musical performance by the local artists. However, the highlight of the night is obvious, the 20 minutes of spectacular fireworks. This is also a good time for me to send you some well wishes. I'd like to wish every single one of you Happy New Year. All the best for this coming year ahead with lots of happiness, good health, joy, and love. Wow, that was truly really awesome fireworks. Sadly, I'm going to go home right now and sleep since we got a very tight and fully packed schedule tomorrow morning. Good morning and Happy New Year's to you all. We got a new day filled with adventures by getting out of Faro. So here's a couple ways to get there without breaking the bank. Take one of these trains to pretty much all the coastline cities. For example, this one's actually going to Lagos, but it will stop along the way to other like Albufeira and so on. The second way is taking the bus from the central bus station. There's frequent buses linking all the cities that's featured here. But given I'm on a time crunch, I'm gonna head back to the airport and fly home. Just joking. I mean, pick up a rental car. Although my New Year resolution is conquer driving stick. Hopefully before I turn 101 years old. If you are coming on a low season, the manual car is available for less than 10 euros a day, or 12 to 15 euros for automatic. Most credit card offers free collision insurance, so you can kindly tell them no thank you. But even if you don't plan to use a toll road, rent a transponder just in case. The fines can be pretty painful. After getting this out of the way, let's rock and roll and pick up some chicks. I mean, pick up some salt. The salt mine is located in the market town of Loulé, only 15 kilometers from Faro's city center, making a popular destination for day trips, especially if you want to pick up some salt. Look like we have just arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to China Campina Mine, or Salt Tech Mine. Alright, so we have arrived at this salt mine. I guess I'm not alone, and there's also an elevator. I assume that would take us down to the shaft.
Isso não dá para fazer 5 pessoas, nós temos aqui 4 agora.
Opa, e já...
So obviously safety comes first. So when you're here, you have to put on a head net, and then this is very stylish to protect your brain while it's lighting up your day. I think I'm ready to go. Are you?
If you can come tomorrow, we'll be open, okay. But today, we will not have any more visits.
The mine's always busy. Make sure you get your reservation. I'm serious. I kind of feel bad because of me. They are not able to go down.
Even though you have only one reservation.
Only one. This is for a TV show. So the way down on the elevator is quite interesting, yeah. So once you go inside to your right, so here we have kind of like a rustic elevator, as you can see. Careful with the head. And don't touch the black cable because it's full of grease.
Okay. As you can see, we are inside the chef, and ooh, now that's exciting.
And now 3 minutes.
3 minutes down.
Yeah.
Now, is this a working mine, Alex?
It is a working mine.
So they're still extracting salts from here.
Yeah, about 7,000 tons per year.
7,000 tons. That's a lot of salt.
Yeah.
Do you cook with that much salt yourself?
No, this is all for the roads.
Oh, okay.
To melt ice and snow on the roads of Portugal and Spain. And we also use salt in animal feed as a complement.
The Campina de Chima salt mine, at 230 meters beneath the surface, is Portugal's deepest tourist site. First opened its door to tourism in 2019. The 2-hour guided tour gives a brief history from 1963, when the mine was first in operation, including life as a miner and geological importance of the salt mine of Loulé and its many applications.
Those 45 kilometers of tunnels are divided in 2 different levels. So we have 93% of sodium chloride, which is salt in pure form, mixed with clay, gypsum, magnesium, potassium, just to name a few other minerals.
The tour covers a spectacular geological rock salt formations dating back to 230 million years. Along the way, you get to check out how some really cool toys and how they get down here. Some of the fun toys include trucks, trailers, bush cutters, and just to name a few.
We have the most important places on the tour, pretty much. This is one of them. This is our gas station. This
gas
blue
station.
container is used to store diesel inside. Now, we have big equipment on the mine, some really large machines. Every machine that you will see today comes down on the exact same place as you did, on the same exact shaft. Okay?
Oh, really? That's pretty small.
So the machines are dismantled at the surface, they come down in pieces, and then they are reassembled on the mine.
So this is where all the magics happen place, and you know the machines are so big. It needs to be taken apart, but you know what, once it's come down here, this is the workshop. They put it together. This is one of the extraction machines. It's very efficient. This is go and drills, and then it falls down to the ground, and then what happens is that this part comes forward and lifts it up. It's very, very efficient that it will actually draw up to 50 pounds. No, just joking. 50 tons. Yes, tons in 1 hour. If you're planning a career in mining, it's a good opportunity to observe and compare the ways in which mining machines and techniques have evolved over time. You'll be very happy the process has become a lot less explosive over time. Perhaps we should thank Saint Barbara, the patron saint of the miners. So as you can see back in the wall, there's a bunch of holes. Up until 1980s, they are using dynamites to blow holes in the wall to extract salt, but today they are using only machinery.
We had people in the past, and we still do from time to time, coming down here to breathe salt 3-4 hours a day as a treatment for asthma, for example. Amazing results. To come and visit, we normally have a separate tour to see this exhibition. So we have what we saw today with this exhibition as an extra.
If you're curious about St. Barbara's history, there's an option to visit the Mines Gallery towards the end of the tour. It contains one of the biggest collections dedicated to this particular saint. The exhibit includes sculptures, paintings, and religious utensils in a range of sizes, from various countries and using different techniques.
Yeah, all of this is owned by one person, but we have it in a good place, as you can see.
Well protected.
Yeah, and to present it, to present this collection to the most people possible.
Yeah.
Named Klaus Zilla, and he's a German artist. His paintings are here for 1.5 years already, and they are in perfect condition, the same condition. So we mix not only industrial tourism with a little bit of art, so it's a nice mix for every public. Careful with the head.
All right. He's a pro. We need to trust him on this. All right, here you go.
Right about now.
Oh,
Here we are.
Awesome.
Be careful with this cap here. Let's go out on this side, please.
Since I'm a banker and an accountant, I'm completely unqualified to be dumped into the hole day after day. But I'm not giving up, and my journey continues to the next nearby coastal town of Albufeira. From the Loulé bus terminal, it takes about an hour by bus. Similarly, from the Faro bus terminal, it takes about an hour and 15 minutes. If you're hitting the road with your wheels, the ride only takes about half an hour on the national road. There is no tolls. The town is known in Algarve for having the most lively and carefree atmospheres and owns its fame to the beautiful beaches and many of the bars and nightclubs. The population hover around 30,000, but explodes to 300,000 in the summer and at Christmas and New Year's, owing to the number of hotels, marina facilities, golf courses, restaurants, and bars. With so many beautiful souls, I should be able to find the love of my life here. So let's go and pick up some killer 4x4s to impress the babes. Wish me luck! Alright, so finally we have arrived at, oh my goodness, look at that. So I'm excited, oh my gosh. Okay, anyways, let's go and check in. There's so many guided buggies and quad tours available. All will require a valid driver's license, so bring it. My sponsor, Algarve Riders, offer half-day, 3-hour tours for those of you who are short in time. But if you're like me who is practicing for the next Formula 1, get the full-day 6-hour tour. You'll truly enjoy the diverse landscape of this region and enjoy a nice meal on the house. But please, listen to your guide and be safe.
Change the lanes.
So after getting briefing, looks like this will be my new friend right here. That's the buggy I'll be traveling on. Just need to tighten up this a little bit more. Yeah, it's very comfortable. I think our tour guide's right in front. The first part of our ride lasts approximately 45 minutes into the extreme picturesquely protected area in the Algarve countryside called Rocha de Pina, or the Penis Rock. Penha Rock. This trail offers an impressive diversity of fauna and flora, with incredible mixture of woodlands of carob, wild olives, and holm oak trees. Covers the outcrop, as well as many rare plants which I cannot pronounce. Most likely you'll observe a large species of birds, like the Sardinians and Dartworth warbirds, as well as the blue rock thrushes, the Iberian green woodpeckers, and many others that you will not find at your local KFC.
So basically this is our first stop, alright? I'm gonna give you 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes to take a pee-pee, drink coffee if you want.
The next leg of our ride lasted for 45 minutes, followed by another brief stop on top of the hill near the well-preserved stone mill citadel. On a clear day, it offers a spectacular, breathtaking view of the Algarve countryside. But today, let's settle for some quick history on this region.
When we were conquering the Algarve, during the war between us and the Moors, there was a group of Moorish people that hid themselves inside the caves of this mountain. And the general from our military troops, when he discovered that, he wanted to set the entire mountain on fire to kill them all. But our king, Alfonso III, said, no, I don't want to do that. I need to learn some things with them. So I'm going to spare their lives, I'm going to build boats for them, and I'm going to send them back home in peace. So he had pity on them. That's why we name it the Pity Rock.
The following stop is at the Alt Natural Springs. In the summertime, the tour also includes stop at the local farm to sample jams made with a typical fruit from the region, and the famous spirited fig brandy, and to have lunch. But for today, we'll have lunch at a local nearby hotel. Need to take care of the most important thing, as Fred said. We need to be fed and get some more energy, fuel up.
Otherwise it doesn't work.
So one thing about this full day tour is meals are included, which is awesome. And there's quite a lot of options. There's chicken, there's pork, there's all this and that. But you cannot come to Portugal without trying out the fish. And come on, they cannot screw up the fish. Portugal is surrounded by sea. With that being said, I'm not too sure exactly what fish is, but I'm going to give it a shot right now. So, very fishy or fresh. And don't forget, Portugal is one of the largest wine producers. So support the local farmers, wine producers by having a glass or two. That being said, toast. So alright, so we just finished our lovely meal here, and oh wow, I think I'm having food comatose, but don't worry. Buckle up and let's fly out. Alright, here we go. I think we are here. Alright, where are we? Tell us, inspire us. Our last stop will be the picturesque little village nested in the Algarvian Sierra, Alt. With few tourists, it's definitely a unique off the beaten path and offer a glimpse into an authentic Algarve with very unique architectures. Chimney of the houses.
You're going to be able to see that all the houses have these types of chimneys with a little sphere on top. This represents literally the Moorish civilization. And our king, when started to discover, he started to give them the option. If you guys want to live here, you have to start work for me, and you have to change your religion. Forget about Allah and start to think about Jesus Christ. A lot of them said, okay, yeah, I accept that. But in reality, they never changed their religion. So between them, as a secret message, they start to use these chimneys that are natural from northern western parts of Africa, traditional architecture from there. They start to use them in here as a secret message between them, so they can recognize, alright, we got some friends there that still follow Allah. We can go there to pray, to talk, to trade, socialize.
So the town is actually dominated by the church behind me right here. I would love to go inside, but as a sign of respect, I will not go do it because there is a funeral procession. The Mother Church of Alt, or our Church Our Lady of Assumption, was first built here in the 13th centuries, but this church was rebuilt at the start of the 16th centuries. The town's main center is concentrated south of the church. If you have some time to spare, don't leave Alt without taking some time to wander through the charming street of the old town. Some of the highlight includes a fish market, street arts, and surrounded by lots of pastry shops. Wow, that was a heck of a ride. I think this is the most exciting stuff ever done here. Time goodbye. By the way guys, don't be cheap. Make sure to tip and tip well. They share the tip among the tour guide, the mechanics, and the support staff. After all, they work really hard. With that being said, I'm heading off to participate in a wet t-shirt contest. Just joking. It's a short 15 minutes drive or 45 minutes bus ride from the Algarve riders. By the way, you'll see a lot of these cute little churches along the way, like this one. Please guys, let's save some time and skip it. Unless you are praying to win the lottery to share it with me. For now, I'd like to welcome you to Albufeira Marina. Situated on the west side of the old town, this luxurious marina not only offers a nice promenade with restaurants and bars, but activities that are guaranteed to make you wet. Oh yes, you can shop around with multiple companies for best deals. But my goal today is to meet some mermaids. You don't mind being on camera, right?
No.
So actually, when you come to the marina, there's one thing you got to do is you kill two birds, one stone, is going out into the sea and basically do dolphin watching. At the same time, you actually go into the cave. Today, I'd like to thank my sponsor, All Boats, for making this trip possible. With that being said, I think I got first class seat right here. Oh yeah, we are ready to rock and roll.
We don't have extra jackets. And also this type jacket.
The tour is usually offered 3 times daily depending on the weather and sea conditions. Times are 9:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 3:30 p.m. and usually last about 2.5 hours. All boats are accompanied with expert tour guides, so be nice to them and bring some change to tip. For now, sit back and enjoy the journey. The Mother Nature really outdid itself when it shaped Algarve over the millennia. It created a breathtaking coastline with diverse landscape of tall cliffs, bays, sandbar islands, hidden caves and griddles, and oddly shaped rock formations. The cave and the rock formations are concentrated on the east coast of Albufeira, sometimes referred to as Costa de Otro, translated into a golden coast. The name describes the color of the cliff and rocks formed from Mesozoic limestone. But you don't want to touch the rocks because they're very sharp and very dangerous. So you want to keep your hands inside the boat.
What you said, sorry? It's a mermaid. Find out something about it. You're gonna see some caves. And look at the water, guys. You can see today's.
There's a lot of pigeons here, and I strongly advise, as the guide told us, not to open your mouth.
And now we are going to one of the most. Now, quick. This is the 7 hanging valleys. Can you not see it? The trunk on the right side, the big ear on the middle and down.
Of the 5 species of dolphins living in the Portuguese water are common dolphins, rhesus dolphins, harbor porpoise, and minke whales. However, the most commonly abundant of all is the bottlenose dolphins. They are found throughout my swimming pool. I mean, throughout the world in both offshore and coastal waters. They are easy to view in the wild because they live closer shore and distributed throughout the coastal and estuarine waters. However, this puts bottlenose dolphin at risk of human-related injuries and death. They are highly intelligent species and use both sound for communications and to hunt for food without the use of smartphones or food delivery apps. The dolphin actually breathe through the holes on top of the head. That's why we can hear it. Because it actually takes effort to breathe, they have two parts of the brain. One part of the brain that can go asleep and the other part take over the functionality.
Your experience on TripAdvisor. If you do a 5-star comment, that is very important.
With no luck in adding new fishy friends on my social media, I decided to change the scenery by heading to Lagos, the largest city in Nigeria. Actually, there's one nearby. This lago has some of the region's best beaches and rock formations. With over 34,000 souls, I'm praying at least I get one girlfriend. In this city, one thing you do have to be wary of is this right here. Basically really tight, narrow street. So just be careful, keep your eyes on the road, or else you may cry when you return your car. Be warned. My first stop, the Church of St. Sebastian, designated as a national monument of Portugal since 1924. Dating from the 14th century, the church has gone many modifications over the centuries and suffered damage in 1755 earthquake and again in 1969 quake. The architectural styles include Gothic and Manuel lines named after the monarch Manuel I. Sadly, it's not meant to be. Everything is closed today, including the churches. Even priests need a rest. So over down there is actually St. Sebastian Church. Well, it's closed, but if you come a little bit further off, you actually see a nice vintage point right here. Look at that. Look, the slope makes me actually really nervous. So just be careful, guys. I did find a parking spot, and for that being said, let's go and check out the old town, shall we? The old town is surrounded by a 16th century wall enclosing a picturesque plazas, cobblestones, churches, charming restaurants, fantastic nightlife and more. In the center, this silver sculpture by Gerald Cutulero, commemorating the ill-fated founder of the city in armor, was inaugurated in 1973. Parking here is quite a headache, as you can see, because even though everything is closed, say in New Year's Day, people are still beach upset. Near the Lagos Fort on the Avenue of Discovery is a statue of San Carlos de Lagos, who lived in the 14th and 15th centuries and is an important religious figure in the town. This very town is his birthplace, and he is a patron saint. Born into a fishing family, he is especially venerated by fisher folk in the town. Lagos spent most of his adult life as a monk in a monastery. He was beatified by the Pope Pius VI in 1798. Spanish, sorry, Portuguese, it's called Prema de la Ana. The pronunciation sucks. That being said, look at this. Fabulous. It was getting a little dark. We had to check out one of the biggest draws to Lagos. Located in the south and surrounded by limestone cave, Donna Ana Beach is one of the best and most photographed beaches in Algarve. This 160-meter sandy stretch is surrounded by rugged rock formations, creating a dramatic and photogenic backdrop perfect for your Instagram shots or Tinder profile photos. The high cliff protect you from being cut on a scorching day and shield the beach from aggressive waves and making it ideal spot for snorkeling and deep diving. It's quite a good small hike down and a small hike up. It's actually really nice. I hope you still got some energy left, since I want to end the visit to Lagos on a high note with some mercy. Ponta de Delide in Portuguese literally translates to Point of Mercy. Very appropriate name since it's only 5 minutes drive or 20 minutes on foot. This is the most famous viewpoint for sunset. So if you got a date, even better. Trust me, it's totally worth it. Honestly, it's crazy how many viewpoints are everywhere in Portugal. I hope it's spectacular. Another different about this vantage point is there's so much greens. Like there's greens everywhere. And there's also a nice boardwalk as well, which I think is really awesome if you want to get some hiking done. But I'm gonna go down there actually. I think the lighthouse right there. Definitely get a nice hike. Look at that. Spectacular. This picturesque yellow golden cliff reaches 20 meters high. There are several grottos that can be visited by boat. If you got more energy to burn, there's a small stairways and path down to get closer to the beach. But you can also enjoy the natural beauty with many other trails along the cliff, and all lead to the most famous landmark in the city, the Point of Mercy Lighthouse. Built from stones and rising 51 meters above the sea level on the site of the ruins of a hermitage and a farmhouse that was bought from the owners. This lighthouse has been in operation since 1913. Initially, the lighthouse has a lens that emits 5 flashes, grouped every 10 seconds, powered by an oil lamp with a range of 18 nautical miles. In 1952, the lighthouse was electrified and replaced with an electric lamp. The range subsequently increased further. It was fully automated in 1983, with one white light flashing every 7 seconds. Our final stop for today is Cape of St. Vincent in the town of Sagres, the southwesternmost point of Portugal and the mainland Europe, and historically connected to the early Portuguese age of discovery. With a cliff that rises 75 meters above the sea, the Romans once believed that it is literally the end of the world. According to the legend, the current name of this cape is linked to a story of a martyr in the 4th century. The body of an Iberian deacon St. Vincent was brought ashore here. The landmark above the cliff includes a 15th century Sagres fortress by the order of Prince Harry the Navigator to protect the town from the Moorish pirates. The 43-meter wide structure was fully excavated in 1919. The circular pattern on the ground is believed to be a wind compass, once used as a navigational tool. There are still canyons and a chapel known as Our Lady of Grace. The chapel was erected in 1579, and inside you can see a depiction of St. Vincent. As part of the 5th centenary commemoration marking the birth of Henry the Navigator, in 1894 the lighthouse was inaugurated. The building consists of a rectangular tower with white masonry, with a single-story annex for residence of the lightkeeper and storage. The lighthouse was rebuilt several times since, and since 1960 it is present in its current form. It's equipped with 500-watt lamp, which allow a range of 11 nautical miles. It was dark, and driving back to home base Faro by the free national road takes approximately 2 hours or an hour and 15 minutes by the toll road. Since I'm an adventurous person, I'm going to take the long way home with a rest and drop by our last town in Algarve. Located on the Array River, Portimao is one of the largest towns in this coast, with a population approaching 55,000. The economy has been dependent on fishing and its growth as a port since it was founded. The Greeks, Phoenicians, and Carthaginians were all early trading partners before the Moorish occupation in the 11th century, and the port flourished. Once again, as a coastal city, it's no wonder the must-see attraction is the Stone Beach, offering golden sand and a wide selection of sightseeing activities, including boat tours, water parks, scenic hike trails, and along the cafes, bars, and restaurants, and clubs all close to the boardwalk. Now, Portugal honestly have endless beaches. I think this is my last beach for the day. Maybe not, we'll see. Facing the beach is one of the town's landmarks, the old Fort of Santa Catarina, built in 1581 to 1640 when Portugal was under control of the larger neighbor Spain. It was built to protect the incursion from pirates and Moors. Its chapel is dedicated to St. Catherine of Alexandria. Today it's possible to climb up a steep set of steps to walk around the battlement. Although there's no museums, the upper level is fully accessible and contains an old canyon with a spectacular view of the marina and the cliffs. In Faro, there's a free 24-hour parking near the old city wall. It's first come first serve, so good luck. Next morning, it's time to return the car and treat myself to some free time in private. No cameras, please. With that being done, I grabbed some cheap beers. Just joking. I mean inexpensive pastries at the local supermarket before saying goodbye to Algarve. Now there's two central bus stations / terminals, so don't get confused. The one that's outside are the one that terminates with local buses that go around the city. To get around Portugal, you need to come to this one right here, which is right beside it. With that being said, you can get the ticket here, but I would strongly recommend you book the tickets in advance, just to make sure there's seats. I think our boarding time is coming soon, so let's get going. Alright, looks like this is going to be our bus getting out, and hopefully we'll be boarding soon. The bus is actually going to be departing at 4:30, so right now it's already 4:15. See you on board. Okay, here we go. My seat is number 45. We are about 2.5 hours into the ride and we still have 2 hours to go. So basically the bus drivers is like stop at different cities and dropping off and picking up more new passengers. I'm not too sure what exactly is going on here, but it looks like there's a lot of cars, as you can see. Oh, there's an accident. Okay, it's an accident. I hope no one's get hurt. Fingers crossed. We have arrived. Now we just need to basically pull into the station. With that being said, oh, actually we are pulling in right now. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Marinha. I hope I pronounced the name of this city correctly. If I don't, blame the fact how tired I am. Let's get to our accommodations once again. Because it's a bit late due to the delay, I'm not going to wait for a bus to come and take me to the city center. Actually, it's very walkable. It's like 15 minutes by foot. With this much luggage, plus a drone, and I took the easier way, ride sharing, without naming the name of the ride share. Is that mine? Oh, I think it might be. Located in the south-central region of Portugal, Évora is a historic capital of Alentejo. Dating back 5 millennia, the city is a museum with roots dating back to Roman times, a well-preserved old town center, still partially enclosed by a medieval wall, and many monuments dating from various historical periods. The city became a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1986. The Golden Age happened in the 16th century when it became the home to the 24-hour Burger King. Portuguese king. Yes, I'm pretty hungry and I got a really big problem. It's about 10 o'clock. Thanks a lot for the delay. But anyways, at least I made it here. Now, one problem I do have now is everything in this town, pretty much all the kitchens close at 10. Which means we may have to settle for whatever we can get. With that being said, let's take a look and see what we have to settle for tonight. Alright, beggars can't be choosers. I guess I have to settle for whatever I can get. Option 1, vending machines. They are 24 hours and spread out across the town. But I didn't come all the way here to Portugal to eat frozen meat. Let's check out the next best option. It's much fancier. This is one of the fish. I think it's white snow cod. Pretty big piece of breaded fish. So how this works is, I think it's not like fish, it's fish cake. So they grind up the fish, they mix it with batter and flours, they put it into a patty, which you can indulge. It's actually pretty good, slightly saltier than I thought. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make the most of our day. First up, getting around. There's local buses, but come on, don't be a lazy bum. Everything is walkable within 15 to 20 minutes inside the city wall. On top of it, you get amazing workout to show off your new ass. Just want to let everyone know, here in Portugal, you better get some really good shoes because there's a lot of slopes, steep slopes. At the same time, you do get some good exercise. Make sure before you spend money on that delicious meal, so you better spend it on some good shoes. We'll start our adventure right in the center of Évora. In fact, since its construction in 1571 to 1573, all streets lead to Grotto Square, named in the honor of Geraldo Gerardes, who conquered Évora from the Moors in 1167. To thank King Alfonso Gerardes, the first king of Portugal, nominated him to be the governor of Évora and high protector of the border of Alentejo, the region which he helped to conquer. But I'm going to conquer Évora today with the help of the tourism office right on the square. I'd like to take this moment to thank the people of this city for supporting Free Palestine. As you are watching this show, keep in mind there are millions of Palestinians under brutal and illegal Israeli military occupation for the last 75 plus years. Please join me in boycotting Israeli products and services until the people of Palestine are free. Thank you. I'm just hoping recently where you can upload aqueducts. It's one of the main landmarks of the city. One of the most impressive monuments in the city is the Renaissance-style aqueducts. Évora is located in a dry region with little rainfall throughout the year. The construction was started by King João III in 1532 and completed in 1537. Under the direction of loyal architect Francisco de Arruda, 18 kilometers was completed and supplied fresh water to city center's fountains from a lake and river several kilometers away. Évora is one of the few Portuguese cities that throughout the time has maintained its old wall nearly untouched. King Alfonso IV ordered the construction of Évora Wall in the 15th centuries, also known as a Roman enclosure, make up a defensive set of military architectures erected throughout the centuries. However, the oldest wall was built in the 3rd centuries, during the Romanization period, and spread across the area about 2 kilometers. Those sections are characterized by several towers of different shapes, They are strategically positioned over the main transport route. From the aqueduct, the section of the wall is accessible with a short walk along the wall to the Évora Public Park. This is the garden that I think people are talking about right here. You can go up and see the walls right behind me right there. Évora's public park was laid out in 1863 on the ground that once part of the King Mineral's Royal Vegetable Garden in San Francisco Convent. The garden was conceived by the Italian architecturist and set designer Jose Senati, who also coordinated its archaeological and gardening work with exotic vegetations, a duck pond, roaming peacocks, a bandstand, and what's left of the Royal Palace from 1468 that was abandoned in the 17th century. Towards the end of the short hike from the park, along the wall, you are going to bump into one of the most important attractions here in the city, which is Chapel of the Bones. Sounds a bit scary, so I'm looking forward to see if I can man up to handle it. The main section of the Gothic St. Francis Church is accessible without a ticket. Thanks to its mesmerizing the Chapel of the Bones, this church is even more famous than the city's cathedral. Built between 1475 and the 1550s to replace the earlier Romantic church of 1226. The architecture highlight includes its facade, portico and nave, with a sided chapel housing the ornate altarpiece from the 18th century. The Bone Chapel part of the church is one of the most popular monuments in Évora. Built in the 17th century on the initiative of 3 Franciscan friars, the chapel lies on the site where initially housed the monks' dorms and reflecting room. Bones and human skulls are carefully spread and connected with cement covering the wall in the chapel, along with its 8 pillars. Bricks are plastered in white and painted with motifs symbolizing or referring to the death building out to the domes. The official name of this church is actually Church of San Francisco. It was built in 1224 with the arrival of Franciscans from Galicia to the city of Havana. Now, sadly, the original Gothic remnant of this church is actually found in 1376. The message was transcribed on the entrance, which translates into "We, the bone, are here, awaits yours." In the 16th century, there were almost 42 monastic cemeteries in the city, which occupied too much space. As a solution, monks extracted the bones from the ground and used them to build and decorate this chapel. In total, there are 5,000 human skulls came all over the graves in the convent church and from other churches and cemeteries in Évora. The church of chapels itself was built in the 17th century, and it was actually very popular at the time to encourage everyone to reflect on the transitory nature of life and as well the commitment of living a Christian life. The central feature in the room adjoining the chapel is a full-scale model of the altar proposed for the cathedral, which the final design was changed. The upper floor is home to the San Francisco Museum, a former dormitory that was converted into a museum displaying the collection of artworks, religious sculptures from the 16th to the 18th century, vestments, and devotional objects, religious jewelry focusing on the work by the local goldsmith. The museum's highlight is the top floor with the Canja de Silva Nativity Collection, the private collection of Major General Fernando Canja de Silva and his wife Fernanda Canja de Silva. Inspired by their religious belief and their reverence for the Christmas holiday, they began collecting narrative from the local artists. The collection grew as they expanded to collecting nativities from other regions of Portugal and to over 80 countries. Among the 2,600 pieces, the best 400 sets are on display. This floor also features an outdoor patio for a spectacular view of the city. As you can hear, that bell's coming from Church of San Francisco, And only a minute walk away is this beautiful structure right here. Accordingly to my map, it is Military Museum of Havana. Sadly, the Military Museum Évora is not open to the public, so no luck in enlisting myself as a Portuguese soldier today. Perhaps I'll pray for better luck next time. So windy today actually, so right here, the majestic, look at that. This is truly beautiful and you know. There's definitely no better place to pray than the Évora Cathedral, the seat of Archdiocese of Évora. This is the largest cathedral in Portugal and built on the highest part within the old city wall. Initiated in 1186 and consecrated in 1204 and immediately used as one of the main temples of the Marian cult. It was only complete in 1250. It is a monument that showcases a transition from a Romantic to a Gothic style, with Renaissance and Baroque additions introduced later. I can barely fit in. I definitely deserve an extra burger after this. And the staff was so small. Holy smoke. We made it. Woo. Holy smoke. Here you go. Here you go. Oh. Its granite facade is flanked by two robust towers crowned by the Gothic spires. The octagonal dome covers the transept, lightened by two Gothic transept windows. In the left side of the transept stand out the facade of one of the chapels, adorned with a marble carving by Nicholas de Chacherin. The right side houses the tomb of Humanus Andreas descended from the 16th century. Alright, so you actually can't go inside that room right there, but still fantastic. With that being said, let's get back down and actually see the actual church. Oh, by the way, let's check this bell. Look at that. How, you know, this is probably as big as I am, those bells right there. There's roughly, I'm not too sure, I think it's 4 in total. Hey, who knows? How was your hike? Extra burgers for you. Okay, thank you. Oh boy, there's more. Man, this is gonna be full party. I hope we have enough beers for everyone. All right. Here we go. Since you have to pay for it, make sure you visit the main chapel to pray for your sins. Refurbished by Federico Lockwood in the 18th century, the interior is divided into 3 central pointed barrel vault nave. On the left, there is a Baroque-style altar with statue of Pregnant Virgin Mary from the 11th century, located in front of the golden wooden carving by Olivier de Conde, representing Archangel Saint Gabriel from the 16th centuries. Right beside the cathedral, as you walk out from the front entrance towards up the hill, you see this right here. The Roman temple, also known as the Temple of Diana, dedicated to my supermodel girlfriend Diana. Just joking. I mean the goddess of hunting. But sadly, the history will reveal that in reality, the temple was erected as part of the Roman forum to pay tribute to Empress Augustus, worshipped as a god. The structure is situated in the Lago de Conde de Villa 4 Square. It is one of the greatest and the best preserved Roman temples in the Iberian Peninsula. Built in the Corinthian style in the 1st century AD, Germanic invasion in the 5th century knocked down some of the Corinthian columns, but majority of 14 out of 18 still stand on the 3-meter high stone podium, which was originally surrounded by a reflecting pool. The temple was used for different purposes, like the gallows during the Inquisition and as a slaughterhouse until 1836, when it was decided that it should be preserved as a historic monument. Right beside the Roman ruins is actually a little park. You can kind of take a rest here. I mean, we have been walking quite a bit, so yeah. This is also, you can get a nice view of the city. Well, not high above, but in between. In the daytime, the shade from the tree within the garden provides a visitor seeking relief from the sun's ray. At the heart of the garden, a monument stands out proudly, featuring the birth of a significant feature in Évora's history, Dr. Francisco Berjara, one of the city's great benefactors. So this is pretty much everything to see in Évora, all under one day. But I'm not quite done without leaving my mark. This is my two favorite method of payment. I mean, ways to support the local towns. Now I'm totally in support of local businesses, yes, because its economy relies on them, those small souvenir shops. Just keep in mind, anything is up for negotiation when it comes to price. With that being said, I think you know what I mean. Bargain and bargain hard. With that being said, good luck. I hope you pick up some really good deals. Now, Évora is definitely not the most expensive or the inexpensive city in Portugal, including food. I recommend you go outside the main square and you can go out buy for less than 7 to 10 euros. Basically, having some soup as well as a sandwich and also chip. Holy smoke! Potato chips, American style, and as well a little well salad on here. One thing about their orange juice is freshly squeezed. Very delicious. And there's something else that's coming after this. With that being said, this meal cost me about 10 euros. Not so bad for the amount of food I'm getting. With that being said, that's just it. It smells so good. It is pasty de nata. Now the origin apparently can be traced back to the Catholic monks who lived in the St. Mary's Monastery near Lisbon. As a part of their tradition, they use the egg white to starch your clothing, but they got to do something with the egg yolk, right? So the egg yolk was used to make different kind of pastries, and one of them, of course, happened to be this lovely egg tart. Very crispy. With that being said, let's dig in. I cut this open to show you what it is inside, but super creamy. Not too sweet, which is good. I don't really like too much sugars. And caramelized on top, and a very flaky shell, crispy as well. I'm in love. With that being said, enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. Actually, there's another way to support the local business and meet some new friends. Should I say local pubs? After all, not much is open at night. If you got any other ideas, let me know. This is my hostel mate. So I thought I would be all alone, but no. And he recommended we have to come out. Alright, what is this? Super rock it is. That's a Portuguese beer. With that being said, let's But this is not the end of our night. We got lucky to come at the beginning of the year. The Christmas in Portugal don't end on December 25th. Rather, many celebrations take place from January the 1st until the 6th, the Day of the Three Kings, or Epiphany. There's one tradition is after Christmas, there's many groups come together and basically just sing for the masses, and hey, that's awesome. So that means I guess I'm going to join. It's beginning. Let's check it out. So as you can see, this is the choir. There's many groups, so they all come together, one after another and perform. And so with that being said, sit back, relax, enjoy the performance. It's free. The King's Day is celebrated on January the 6th, and the ancient tradition dates back to the 8th century. The Catholics venerate the Magi kings, Melchior, Gaspar, and Balthazar. According to biblical texts and story passed down from generation to generation, the three kings offer Jesus gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Each of the gifts has a meaning, and some of these gifts has remained in the present in the Catholic tradition. such as gold in the church's buildings and artifacts and incense, used in varieties of celebrations. On this day, people will sing the Guimaraes, which are popular Christmas-themed songs, usually linked to Christian tradition. More or less, informal groups roam the street and sing songs announcing the birth of Jesus and wishing the resident a good year. In gratitude for the visit, the residents will offer Guimaraes in return: walnut, hazelnut, apple, and black puddings. Tonight, the long group of performers and the local population gathered together to celebrate this occasion right in front of the St. Francis Church, offering traditional Portuguese music and along with a free wine and food. Amazing. And also, traditional sausages. This is actually pork, and the soup is great. So I think it's a Portuguese traditional soup right there that they are making. With that being said, you may have missed out this year's celebration, but you should come next year so you can enjoy this amazing celebration. With that being said, cheers. I'm gonna call it a night since we got early morning buses next day. Although I could have taken the public bus to Évora bus station, but I got so much broadcast and computer equipment. I took a ride-sharing option. It's only approximately 10 minutes. Oh, so back at the station, and I think the bus is coming pretty soon. So taking us to our next city. Oh man, excited on that. With that being said, I'm going to also say goodbye to my friend a little bit soon. That Frenchman right there, he's really cool. Alright, so our buses came and going to put my luggage there and hop onto a plane, the bus. So hopefully it's gonna be a nice and smooth ride. I'm excited to get to my next destination. Next stop, we'll be heading north to a really cool fishing village in Portugal. Yes, once again, it's picturesque. Now, the bad news, there's no direct connection to Nazaré. But the good news is only 3.5 hours in total by bus with a connection via Lisbon. Along the way, you'll enjoy some spectacular landscape, all including the cost of your bus ticket. Finally, you got dropped off here at Nazaré. By the way, not Nazareth, that's in Israel. Do not support occupation of Palestine, so don't go there until the end of occupation. With that being said, let's start our day by dropping off our bags at the accommodations and we can get going. I'm excited. Located centrally in the oil state region, according to a legend, the town derives its name from a small wooden statue of Virgin Mary brought from Nazaré, the Holy Land. The beach of Nazaré in the past was a lagoon rich in fish, dating back to a Paleolithic and Neolithic era, resulting in the community began to settle nearby. The population decreased in the 14th century after silting of the lagoon and gradually transitioned into a summer resort. Today, the municipality has a population of 16,000, and its coastline has a reputation of being one of the most dangerous in the world with the biggest wave, and local fishermen have been braving them for centuries. However, for daredevils, it's considered a surfing mecca. To make the most of this town, you need a day and a half. After all, this is a small town, and the bus stop is only 650 meters from the town center. I opt for the rideshare to my hotel with my same old excuse. There's public buses, but you can pretty much get anywhere on foot within 20 minutes. So make sure to fuel up and let's burn some calories. We'll start our visit from Nazaré's Central Plaza, the sitio, meaning the place, and dominating it is the Statue of Our Lady of Nazaré, built in the 17th century. Look at this. Spectacular church right here. It looks fabulous. Let's go and have a look inside. The good thing about it is on Saturdays it's free of charge for everyone, so I hope that is still the case. The original memorial chapel was close by, built in the 14th century, but was too small to accommodate many pilgrims who was drawn to the site. The exterior has 2 large bell towers and is flanked by the former hospital and palace, where visiting royalties and dignitaries once housed. Inside the church, which is a single nave and a painted wooden ceiling, is home to a revered image of the Virgin. The main altar is covered in gilded woodworks, which shines in between walls covering blue and white tile panels. Those were created in 1700s by Dutch master W. van Coet and depicts the scenes from the Old Testament. The small square memory hermitage of Nazaré has a pyramid-shaped tile roof, believed to be from the 14th century, stand above a cave-like griddle. The chapel was built to commemorate a miraculous event that legend said occurred in 1182. A local nobleman was hunting deer on his horse on one foggy morning, when his prey suddenly disappeared at the edge of a cliff. His horse was about to fall into a abyss. Knowing that it was a sacred ghetto nearby, the nobleman called out for help from Our Lady, and it is said that his horse suddenly stopped, saving both the horse and the rider following the deer to a certain death. It is believed that a statue of a Black Madonna had been brought to Portugal from Nazaré, where it is found. This statue, believed to be the original, can be seen above the altar in the nearby the Sanctuary of Our Lady of Nazaré. Right across from the cathedral and the main square is a beautiful vantage point right here. You can see this. Look up to the sea along with the beaches. So I'm actually interested to see if I can get aerial shot of it. This is pretty spectacular. With that being said, let's go and fly. Now, it seems like every single city here in Portugal has a lighthouse. And when there is a lighthouse, it means you have to hike there. Wow. Yeah. So, look like we are walking there right now, along with everyone else. So, let's get some workout done. The path is only a few meters away from the viewpoint, and the lighthouse is about 750 meters. If you are completely burnt out, you can hop onto a tuk-tuk for only a couple of euros to the historic and iconic lighthouse. The best time to visit is the sunset. Perfect place to bring a date. So, good luck on finding a love of your life. When you see a street performer, make sure you support them. They work really hard. With that being said, I think I got some change on me. Let's make a little bit of change today, shall we? Alright, come on. I'm getting it from my back pocket. Not much, but something is better than nothing. Here you go. Support the local performers, everyone, or else they won't be around. There you go, lights at the end of the tunnel right here. So it costs $2 getting here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go right up there, which is the lighthouse. With that being said, let's go check out the magnificent view ahead. All right, we have made it. The Nazaré Lighthouse dates back to 1903, part of Fort St. Miguel Archangel, overlooking the North Beach, and is located on a cliff on the northern part of the city. While the fort dates back to 1577, it was not until the beginning of the 20th century that the government installed a lantern and a house for the keeper to support the fishing activities and assist navigation along the Portuguese coast. Now, FYI, if you are tall, please make sure you watch out for your head, or else you're definitely gonna have a headache. But that being said, this is the museum of surfers, I think. The fort also houses a small museum paying tribute to surfers and Nazare's surfing culture, and scientific exhibit offering explanation for the record-breaking waves, and includes videos and photos of extreme surfing plus a display of surfboard offered by the surfers from around the world. In case your day has progressed beyond the second base, don't worry, there's a beautiful cave in the North Beach to give you some privacy. It's less than 500 meters away, but here's a little rule. So, I hope you can see what I'm seeing right there. That is the cave right there. We're gonna go down there. Remember what I say, boots, 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 no running shoes, okay? No running shoes for your safety. And by the way, nice view. Can't say no to that. Let's go. Really spectacular. Now it's really fantastic we can get this close. I wish you can get in there. I know there's people who got in, but I do not recommend doing anything that's risky that endangers your life or that endangers the life of rescuers. With that being said, I would just say like enjoy from above. Let's have a look with my fun toys. Hey, I love great shots too. After all, this show is also on Tinder. So yes, please check us out there. But no beautiful photo is worth risking your life. If you really want to get into the cave, then safely hike down to the base of this hill next to the North Beach. Only try to access it when the sea is calm. However, when there's a high tide, the wave can beat against the cliff and the water goes into the cave. After all, the 1.5 kilometers North Beach is known for having the biggest wave ever surfed in the world. In November 2011, Garrick Marcanera surfed a record-breaking giant wave at 78 feet. Later, it was surpassed by the French surfer Benjamin Sagres, who surfed an absolutely mammoth 100 feet. First. Oh dear, look at this. Oh. Okay, let's man up and get going. Look like I will need to rest for a couple minutes. And the good thing, oh man, the good thing about this city is there's so many viewpoints that you can just kind of rest and chill out, like right here. Look at that. Spectacular? Yes. Maybe it meant to be for me to just like enjoy the city slowly, especially the view. They said picture, no, not picture. Video's worth 1,000 words, and here you go. A video is worth 1,000 words. We found this infamous swing to the edge of the world. But now it's occupied by someone. It's okay, don't worry. I got plenty of time to kill. My end destination is the edge of the world. No kidding. Located on the stairs linking the main square and the main beach is a swing. The inscription engraved on top reads, "It was love at first sight," and I totally agree, you'll fall in love with the sight of the sunset over the Atlantic Ocean. You also got my permission to be a little silly here. Edge of the world! I'm the king of the world! I'm just being silly, by the way. Okay, that's enough. With that being said, it's someone else's turn. Please. I have survived through the swing to the edge of the world. Let's go to the next attraction. It's getting dark actually, so I don't know how much we can get done, but we do our best. Actually, the next attraction is only 30 seconds away. Well, not much of an attraction, but a little stop to make some furry friends. So what happened is there's all feral cats around here, and people locals will actually put in food here, and so they don't roam the street and get hit by a car. That's why it's called cat hangout spot. If you don't want to walk downhill, Nazaré funicular near the central square only costs few euros. The issue, I'm not too cheap to pay, but rather it's out of service, yanks. That's why it was completely dark by the time I got down to the main beach, the Nazaré Villa Beach. The long sandy half-moon shaped beach is also the town's seafront and retains many colorful fishing traditions, including an open-air museum of historic boats on the promenade. This collection of boats painted in vibrant colors dates back to over 100 years ago. Each boat has informational signs indicating its use as a rescue boat or fishing boat. So every single boat on display here serves a purpose. And for example, this boat right here, Barca, Minnesota, with a description said, intended to serve in the Venetian net system, a complex net system of catching fish or fixed net for sardine fishery, which require at least 4 vessels at the sea strategically placed. So basically, fishing does take some strategies, and as well, of course, luck. But most importantly, over here, there is a system to get a great catch. During the day, there's also an open-air fish museum on this beach, so we'll be back tomorrow. But for now, I'll leave the fish cooking to a local chef. I'm super hungry. If you don't mind paying the tourist price, then stay on the promenade. There are so many options. If you walk away from the main beach, you actually get some pretty good, inexpensive food here. Over here, you can get like pizza or burgers or shawarma, things like that for 5 euros or so. You cannot come to Portugal without trying out their seafood, so let's keep looking. So I went off the path and picked a random seafood restaurant. There's a lot of fish on the menu, including salmons and squid and cuttlefish, and if you want the cheap version, there's sardines. You can get it for like 11 euros. Price aren't cheap, but it's not going to break the bank. My main course has just arrived, and here you go. This is beautifully presented, cup of fish with some potatoes, and they also give you a serving of salad. All right, let's eat. Okay, here we go. It's actually not as fishy as it is, slightly saltier than my usual taste, but it's fine. And it's actually a little bit creamy. I have to say one thing though, you may want to add slightly less salt, but overall this is actually pretty good. Just keep in mind one tip though, a lot of the merchants will be asking you, would you like to be charged in your home currency or the national currency here, which is the euro. Always choose euro because there's always a markup to predetermined exchange. In this case, 5% markup. At some of the merchants, even if you choose no to the predetermined amount in your home currency, be careful, there might be a second screen prompt up asking if you accept their exchange rate. This is a trick. Always choose hell no. So good morning, I just woke up. And I'm not going anywhere without breakfast. So today, the price of food seems a little bit more reasonable. I went away from the main square and this is what I got. Coffee, that's 80 cents euro. This is 120 and this is 110. And this is a big nice sandwich, ham sandwich. That's €1.80. It's not bad. So with that being said, let's cheers. First on the menu, here you go, we have to try out salami. So this is actually a traditional, no-bake Portuguese dessert. Let's eat. Super sweet. Next is this is the Portuguese chorizo bun or chorizo bread. So inside here is pork. That's what the Portuguese, I guess, their sausage is. With that being said, let's eat. It's actually a bargain. It's only €1.80. It's about like about 2.5 American dollars. That means this is going to be filling a lot of carbs as well. Having fun? Enjoy your meal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, does this look familiar from yesterday? After this much caffeine and sugar, there's no excuse but to give our feet a good exercise. So let's go shopping. My chore of the day is shopping for some fresh fish. No kidding. Just like many parts of the globe, a lot of the shops actually doesn't open on Sunday. But there's one place that's definitely open. Like I say, I'll tell you when we get there. Now, keep in mind, not all the stalls are open in this local municipal market. Like I say, it is Sunday, right? But it still is a lot to see. Although you can't find any Louis Vuitton or Gucci or McDonald's here, the municipal market gives you a taste of a local life in Nazaré. During the weekdays, the market offers fresh fish sold by the women in 7 skirts, the traditional female clothing for Nazaré. Apart from the excellent fish, visitors can buy fresh vegetables, assorted fruit, dried fruit, and cheese. If you got a date, they got flowers too. Surrounding the market is an open area with a small number of stores selling handcraft items from cosmetics to blanket to leather and cork products. If you have been living in a cave, then you probably won't know what this is. It's the famous Portuguese sardines. So yeah, they got some those salted ones right here, and they got the dry ones right here. So something that you must try if you come to Portugal. As promised, we are going back to Nazaré Beach to take a better look of the open-air boat museum and of course, next to it, the infamous sun-dried fish museum. Here you go, this is the museum of the dried fish. Not exactly a museum, it's more like a market because you know, there's fishermen who's selling those dried fishes. Now the reason there's net on top of me is that's to prevent birds from coming in, indulging in the hard work of those folks. So how it works is basically these are fresh fish. They bring them in, they cut them up, they salt them and dry it. And once it becomes dry, it looks like this right here. It's very, very interesting. You know, you actually get to see many kind of fish. Here you get dry. And this is what they are selling in the Mercantos, which is the local market up the street from here, which we just been to. This open-air museum offers an interesting glimpse into an ancient method of food preservation along the Portuguese coast. Formerly a fish market, today it allows visitors to learn about the process and the history of what it can be considered art by watching the local fishermen in action. Usually a local senior in traditional dresses to salt and dry their daily catches in the sun, using the methods unchanged for centuries. If you like something you see here, you can buy it. But make sure your country allows you to bring back cured marine species. We'll end our visit by getting high up on the hillside. Let's check out the other vantage point from the forest area in the neighborhood of Pedernera. There's a steep hill ahead, so fuel up again. This time, I'll give you a full review of the different cheap eats. Now obviously, if budget is a really big concern for you, there's always pizza. It costs €2.25. You can get 2 of these slices. It's not bad, but once again, if you have the budget, go for some seafood. With that being said, enjoy your pizza, but it's a really thin crust. Now, if you can't even afford pizza, don't worry. There's other options as well. All over Portugal, they have these vending machine shops. So let's have a look and see what's inside here. They do offer chips and snacks. Oh man, it will be so sad if that's gonna be your breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And they also offer coffees. Actually, that was just a joke, okay? Here's a practical option. You can also grab half Portuguese chicken for less than €3. Not so bad. I hope you like your protein. And they also have in the supermarket lots of pastries that you can grab for like a €1 or so. But like I say, please guys, have some budget and try some seafood here in Portugal. Yeah, you just can't come to Portugal and not eat any seafood. That doesn't happen. Oh man, another hike. Oh wow. There's more. There's more. Here you go, more. Oh, I can't. My God. I think I'm done. Whoa. Translated to the land of fishermen, the first reference to Peloneira appears in a document dating from the Roman occupation in Portugal. Throughout the centuries, Peloneira was a thriving seaport, famous for its seafaring men and ancient lagoons, due to its connection to the sea. During the golden age of Portuguese discoveries, Peloneira was one of the most active naval sea yards in Portuguese kingdom, from which many ships and caravels set sail. Before leaving the city, if you need to pray for all the sins you committed here, no worries. Located adjacent to a viewpoint stands the 18th century Church of Mercy. The construction and even the exact date still remains a mystery. On the entrance there are polychrome tiles from the 17th century representing the Our Lady of Mercy. The single nave interior is decorated with silver paintings from the 17th and the 18th century, and the main altar gilded bronze carving is a beautiful image of the Passion of the Lord. Even some who love hiking as an avid hiker, this is a bit too much. Oh, even with the views, Portugal, you got me right there. You got me. Yes, our 2 days has come to an end in Nazaré. I'm heading back to a bus station after a good rest. By the way, unless you want to sit on someone's lap, make sure to pre-book your tickets in advance, since some bus routes are very in high demand. Alright, so looks like this is my bus. So I'm going to put the luggage in and then on my way to, you guessed it, Porto. Now most of the flex buses I've been on, they always have a USB connection, but on some of the buses there's only one and it could be on the Windows side. Thank goodness I pre-charged up my battery so there's enough juice. If you're going to hop onto a long distance bus, make sure you pre-charge just a little bit. With that being said, let's hope we have a fast and smooth ride. Alright, here you go. Porto it is. Now, get my bag and get to my accommodations. And that looks so the big red bag for good luck. Alright, let's get in here. Okay, here we go, my boy. Whew, that was an exercise. With that being said, let's get home. Honestly, I could just get a bus to get to my accommodations, but like I say, given the amount of equipment, I think I'm going to settle for ride sharing again. It's really not that expensive to American standard. Let me just see if that's my driver. With that being said, let's hope my car will be coming here soon.
I work on this job for the last...
How long can you go for? This television, person who's taking me to my accommodation is this cool guy right here.
Hey there.
Yeah, if you're coming to Porto, you know who to call. He'll hook you up with all the cool places in his fancy car. Very fancy, right?
Did you?
Porto is Portugal's second largest city and the capital of northern region, situated along the Douro River. Porto is one of the oldest European centers, with its core proclaimed as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1996. Among the first known inhabitants settled in the area as early as 8th century BC. During the period of Roman Empire in the Iberian Peninsula, the city developed as an important commercial port and fell under the control of Muslims during the invasion of Iberian Peninsula sometime between 714 to 716. In 1387, Porto was site of the marriage between John I of Portugal and Philippa of Lancaster. This symbolized a long-standing military alliance between Portugal and England. The Treaty of Windsor is the world's oldest recorded military alliance. Today, Porto has a population of 240,000 and 1.7 million in its urban areas and serves as a gateway to Portugal's northern region. And yes, we'll explore them all. But for now, let's get started with Porto. Getting around Porto is pretty easy. My main preferred form of transportation is on foot, since I plan to eat, and eat. Everything is walkable in the city within 20 minutes. If you plan to burn some cash, you can do it the fancy way. The Old Town and wine tour can be done on the Magic Train, but this is my favorite way. Another way to get around the city is actually getting all these tuk-tuks. They actually charge per hour. The Old Town's 25 euros. It's actually not so bad if you really lack of time. For example, if you're doing a layover. Other smart way to get around is by double-decker buses and metro, but here are some helpful points. Now, Portugal is actually a fairly safe country. One thing you do have to keep in mind, problems everywhere, is pickpocketing. Given I have arrived so late, hunting for food can get a little challenging this hour, but I ain't giving up. I'm really no big fan of fast food, but it's almost 11:30 and there is very limited options. Apparently this McDonald's is called the Imperial McDonald's. Now, for those of you who know, I don't eat at McDonald's ever. Oh, actually, well, once in a blue moon. I have to say, this is the fanciest McDonald's I've ever been to. Right here in Portugal. My God, they must like sneaky deals here. What am I getting today? A good old American Big Mac, a French fry, and also, guess what they are serving here? They serve beer, so I'm going to get that as part of my combo. Apparently, there's actually more places that are open than I thought. Actually, right beside McDonald's, Middle Eastern Turkish pizza and kebab place, and also Indian place. If they serve biryani, then it's Indian. So yeah, look around. McDonald's not your only option after all. After eating this much calories, I'm burning it off with my beautiful pair of legs. Maybe I'll have some luck on Tinder's too. And for those of you who's ready to sign a marriage contract, this is it. So from the look of the building behind me, you might think, ooh, it's another church, but no, it's the city hall. It's also very old. I'm sure it's a lot older than I am. The City Hall is one of the largest government buildings in all of Portugal. The construction began on this robust, imposing building in 1920. According to the design of the architect António Cordeiro de Silva, it was only fully completed in 1955. At the center, there is a 70-meter clock tower whose bell ring out as a symbol of the mandate given by the city's citizens to the local authorities. With that being said, I think my mandate right now is to get a good night of sleep. Morning. So let's start our day with meat-filled sandwich, and I just say, I wonder what that is. I need to try that out. If you want American coffee, you have to ask for American coffee. Or they can give you one of these really cute espressos. With that being said, I hope you enjoy your morning joke. Very fancy sandwich with lots of meat. It's called lunch. According to what it says here, lunch is also generic name for a snack sandwich with thinly sliced meat and cheese baked into it. And it's unofficially the fourth meal. I'm not too sure if you can see how many kind of meat, but there is ham, I think salami, cheese. Yeah, but this is actually going to be really filling for sure. And the flavor, yeah, it's pretty decent. Well, that being said, back to eating. Hope you enjoy it. But please guys, don't fill up too much. There's a lot of food experience coming up. Our first stop is Bao Market, located in the center of the city. The first thing you do is when you come in from the subway station, you can smell fish, fresh fish. Dating back to 1839, the town hall bought the land where the market now stands and defined the area as a market. Bao Market was built in 1850 in a beautiful neoclassical style. Since opened to the public in 1914, over the century it has become the most important municipal market in the city. Spread over 2 floors, the market preserved the essence of the city and the real Porto, with a total of 79 stalls located on the ground floor, along with several restaurants located on the top floor and many shops facing outwards. Since Portugal is famous for the seafood, you probably guessed it where I will be hanging out. So let's eat. You can't say no to oyster. $1.50 per oyster. I think I'm going to try one. And then you got other kind of freshly prepared goodies. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. You can actually use the condiments, but for me I like to go all fresh. And this is smell heaven. I'm going to put some lemon in it. Alright, yes. Oh. Okay, for this. And with that being said, oh my god, I'm so excited. My next victim is unfortunately a poor sea urchin right there. I swear to God, I don't think I ever had a fresh sea urchin in my life, and I'm going to man up and try it out. Oh my goodness. Is it good?
Yes, sure.
It's good?
Really fresh.
Alright, can I trust you? Sure. I'm just joking. Poor little sea urchin. I'm gonna be eating you. And with that being said, ooh, let's eat the mild truth, okay? So fresh. You can actually taste a little bit of sweetness. Sweetness? Oh my gosh. Okay, so. I think I'm finishing up right now. Sea urchin experience is. I call it a sea ice cream. It tastes like ice cream. Alright, here you go. This is the damage I left behind. €5 it is. I don't know how am I ever gonna lose weight by coming here. But that means, oh, you can even have glass of wine as well. But for those of you who want to bring home a little bit of fish, there's sardines. It's actually not too expensive. It's 3 for €10. Now, this is not just seafood, but there are also pastries. Oh man, I think I have to go and try something here. Everything looks so good. My next victim here is this poor octopus. You're gonna be helping my stomach really soon. I don't know about you, but I can smell it, and it's gonna go right in there. With that being said, I need to pay first. I think I'm very popular here. All right, come on, let's do this. It's very chewy. And the great thing about it is not like fishy at all. They put some olive oil on it, so it makes it like a little bit.
Everything that tartar should have. So
okay.
I hope you like it.
It's more thin, and the first is more easy.
Okay.
To enjoy the crow meat, you know. But
okay. Okay.
Try.
I definitely will.
And
my weight loss program is going nowhere. Is this raw meat?
yeah.
It's raw meat. I man up. Oh my god.
But standard?
I never had raw meat in my life. Can I get another 100 of these? Just joking, just joking. Okay, so this one, round 2. Oh my god. You ready for this? I love that you use actually those biscuits. It actually have really smooth, chewy on the top, crunchy on the bottom, and you especially with olive oils and stuff like that, it brings in the best of textures. So that being said, I need to get out here and get some work to get some exercise done. Obrigado. That's how you say thank you in Portuguese. Now, if you manage to find yourself a lovely Portuguese lady for a date, guess what happened? They also have flowers and stuff, beautiful. Make sure you ask them what's your favorite color first. Although the market is a source for Portuguese's finest and freshest seafood, it has a lot more to offer and is divided into different areas: fishmongers and butchers, greengrocers and florists. You're able to find local farmers offering their fresh produce, meat, flowers, bakeries, as well as souvenir shops. The last place I'm going to see before leaving is, I heard it gets very, very sharp. He has the sharpest hand in all of the market. He's making knives here. This gentleman right here, his family have been doing this for 3 generations. So the grandfather, the father, and now this handsome man. Young man, by the way. What's your name, sir? Andre. Don't mess around with him. He's pretty sharp. So next place we're gonna go to is only 10 minutes walk from here. Very short walk. I could have taken the metro, but honestly, no. Waiting takes longer than walking. This is actually the train station behind me, and you know, it is under renovation, but I do see people coming out from it. Assume it's still working inside. And if you need ideas where to go to, there's also right across a visitor center for Porto, so we'll give you lots of ideas, free maps and so on. So, but I don't think I need that. Let's get going. Porto's São Bento train station is without a doubt the most visually appealing railway station in all Portugal. Centrally located in the Porto city center, the first train arrived in 1896, even the construction wasn't completed. It wasn't until 1916 when it was officially inaugurated with a grand hall decorated with an impressive sum of 20,000 tiles. Each one is hand illustrated with scenes of important moments in Portuguese history, such as the Battle of Valadares, the conquest of Sudet in 1415, or the visit of the King John I with his wife Philippa of Lancaster to Porto. Right across from the old train station, as you can see, Porto Cathedral. The Porto Cathedral is a Roman Catholic church, the Episcopal seat of Portugal. Its construction began in the first half of the 12th century and was completed in the early 13th century, undergoing numerous changes of style over the decades, making the church one of the oldest monuments and one of the most important local Romantic monuments. Later, a Gothic funerary chapel and a cloister was added during the reign of King Giles I in 1736. The current design was finalized in 1772 when a new portal was built to replace the original Romantic ones. Now it's really spectacular, the cathedral behind us, but at the same time I'm just in a time crunch right now, so I might not have a chance to go in, but I hope you do. Once again, I'm going up and conquering the slope. Holy smokes, the hills here. For workout. On the Google map or on all these Bing maps and so on, you might see like 5-10 minutes walking, but But I don't trust it because it doesn't take into the steepness. Thank goodness, just 500 meters away is another important monument, the Church of Clergy. The most notable external feature is a 75-meter tall bell tower made of granite and marble that is part of the church. Built in the 1754 and 1763, the tower remains the tallest structure in Portugal until the late 19th centuries, and today there are 49 bells in total. So if you got the time and want to burn off some seafood calories, you can pay a small fee and climb the 240 narrow steps to reach the viewpoint at a height of 249 feet. Your effort will be greatly rewarded with one of the most beautiful views in the city. However, the classical Baroque church is free to visit. The standout feature are the dome ceiling with the coat arms of the Brotherhood of the Clerics, and a pair of Iberian organs which flank the main altar, made from polychrome marble, and exhibit the religious artifacts and paintings from the Brotherhood of Clergy. Just few feet from the church, you'll find something resembling a sardine paradise. I am not kidding. Couple steps away from the church, you get a little shop all about sardines. Sardines, 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 everything sardines. Let's go and check it out. I'll show you around the store right here. This is so cool. What it is sardines and tons of other fish. So it's not just sardines. Sardines are not just food, it's an important symbol to represent Portugal. It's a history that is closely tied to fishing industry and the coastal communities. Portuguese have been fishing sardines from the edge of its entire coastline. Using boats and fish nets, the sardines industry boomed in the 19th and early 20th century when the canning factory were established along the coast, allowing sardines to be preserved and exported worldwide. Rapidly, the techniques and the fishing boats involved and the excellent location of Portugal created a fortune in sardine cans. Today, the sardine is a staple and its tradition of grilling it over the charcoal is an integral part of Portuguese cuisine, particularly during the summer months. So for those of you who wonder how old I am, yikes. I'm actually an old man. I hope my midlife crisis doesn't start. Well, actually maybe I eat some sardine, that could solve the problem. Now, if you miss out on the shop that's located in Porto, not too late. When you come to the Lisbon International Airport International Departure, Terminal 1, you can visit another one of your stores. And here it is, the World of Sardines. Man, those Portuguese take their sardines so seriously. Here's a vantage point you can come and have a nice view of the city, and I'm not going to bother every single one of them. And here we go, we have arrived right here. It's only like a couple meters away from the church. Perhaps the best known of these is Victoria. Although the platform is on our private property, we are very welcome. Remember I say support the local performers? Here you go. I made some change today with a little change I had on me. So make sure you support every single one of them if you can, anywhere you go, or else they won't be around. Now before you have a church fatigue, I promise the next one will be the last one. There's only 5 minutes walk away from the viewpoint. We just need to walk down. Again, steep hills. Exercise, people. The São Fernando Church was established in Porto around 1223 by Franciscan order. In 1383, under the patronage of King Ferdinand I, the Franciscans began to build more spacious church. This new structure was finished around 1425 with a relatively plain Gothic design, since it has not been extensively altered. Now, as you already probably know by now, we already seen a lot of churches. This one needs a ticket. I am on a time crunch. I'm not gonna judge you if you go in, but for me, it's not worth it because our tram's leaving really soon. So let's get going. Facing the church is a historic landmark dating back 1830. The statue was inaugurated in 1960 on the 500th anniversary since the death of the Infante Dom Henry, the Prince Henry the Navigator, the most important figure in the beginning of the Portuguese discoveries, who, according to tradition, was born nearby. The square is also close to a historic tram stop by the same name. This tram looks so nice. The only question is, I didn't get a ticket for it. Maybe we can pay on board? We'll see. Looks like it's my turn for a little bit of traffic jams actually. Okay, just waiting. Traffic jams clearing up. Hello. How much is it?
5 one way.
5 one way. Okay.
7 return.
I'll do return. This tram is every 20 minutes and it also takes 20 minutes to get to the terminal stop. That being said, let's rock and roll. I think everyone's happy here. You can tell I'm pretty happy. Inaugurated in 1895, Porto tram is one of the oldest electrified transportation systems in Europe. Initially, these trams were a popular form of transportation until the 1960s. With the popularity of buses, it has been slowly abandoned by locals. Nowadays, there are only 3 lines on the tram in Porto that are mostly used by tourists and few elderly locals. The most popular is Line 1, taking us from the Infante stop beside the San Francisco Church to Alfredaga stop in Foz, the mouth of Douro River. This is the longest and most scenic route along the river. I would say it's not every single day I get to sit in the conductor's chair while directing the ride. How cool is that? That being said, all on board everyone. The antique tram cars are still in operation, are originally from the 1930s. Still remain most of its original features, including the polished wooden interiors, brass controls, and the changing bell to stop the tram. Here we go. So this is where the train terminates, and right across you can see there's a seaside, like a little park. So let's go and check it out. Located in the Foz do Douro area where Douro River meets the sea. The Passo Alegre Garden is one of the most beautiful green spaces in northern Portugal. The garden was built in the late 19th century with planting of different trees that makes new colors each season. On one side there's laying of palm trees, and on the other side portentous trees that give a proper shade on a hot summer day. In autumn, it is beautiful to watch the leaves fall off the trees with different shades. The promenade is a favorite among the locals for both jogging, biking, and offer benches that overlook the massive 16th century seawall and lighthouse. Honestly, it's a really nice seaside. I wish I can stay for a little bit longer, but once again, somewhere spectacular is waiting for us. Trust me, you won't want to miss out on this one. Wow, that was quite a ride. So right across the street is the terminal stop for the electric tram. And right here, right across, is normal bus stop. And we are taking 900 to go across a river. The reason I'm actually riding the metro is I got really sick of waiting for bus 900, so I took bus 500, transfer onto the metro. It's only like 1 minute walk away from the stop, and so here you go. Either way, the total ride shouldn't take more than 10 minutes in total. You'll be crossing the Louis First Bridge and get off at the Jardin de Moreau metro station. To get the best view, I recommend you come half an hour before the sunset. Alright, here is our stop. And I hope it's open. The cable cars. You know, even if the cable car is not open, this is still a pretty spectacular view of the city from this side. Look at that. Once again, picture. No. Video is worth 1,000 words, maybe 1,000,000 words. To get the most complete and impressive panoramas of Porto's riverside, you need to take the Gaia cable car. Don't worry, it's not going to lighten up your wallet too much. Okay, you're ready? I'm ready. Let's get going. Come on. Ooh, it's all to myself. How lovely that is. The construction on this 600-meter cable car began in March 2009 and in operation in just 2 years in April 2011. The total ride is approximately 6 minutes. You'll enjoy the beautiful monument that Glada and Porto has to offer, including the roof of Stellars of Glada, the Ribeira, the Clerigos, and the Douro in all their splendor through the air perspective, all included in your ticket. Now, one thing I really like about it is this is absolutely a really awesome, if you come, sunset on a cable car, but you have to be here right about 15 minutes beforehand because I'm slightly too late. But still, look at that. As we approach towards the end of the ride, it's a little bit shaky, which is expected. So here we go. We are almost done. Okay. Streets full of people and stuff. I hope. We have survived, which is awesome. Alright, anyways, don't worry. We'll go back up again. I pay round trips. You'll get off at the Lower Glada Pier, a place for you to enjoy the chill atmosphere of the riverfront. Glada is a city and a municipality in the Porto district. Already existed under the Roman Empire as the city of Calais. Today is famous for the wine cellars, in which are locally known as the caves, where port wine is stored and aged. These cellars become a major tourist attractions. If you got more time to kill, check them out, and let's toast. Back. By the way, the staff might ask if you want to take a photo. They're trying to sell you a guidebook along with a photo at the end of your ride. It's not that much. So you got my full blessing if you wish to take home some great memories. As you can see, it's pretty nice night view of this. So I actually did both. Came down when it was sunlight and going back up when it's pretty much pitch darkness, so you can see. Good morning. Now, I'm actually heading off the airport, but not what you think. I'm not leaving. I'm actually picking up a rental car because with the limited amount of time I'm here to check out, it's just not practical to go to do a lot with public transportation. There's scheduled buses and trains going to all the places we'll be checking out, but time is precious for me. You'll get the best deals at the airport, especially during the low seasons. Please guys, learn to drive stick. It's less than $10 a day. Once again, kindly decline the insurance if it's included in your credit card. But yes to toll road transmitters. Got our rental car here. Good shape. Let's get going. By the way, we are heading to the Guantanamo Bay. Guimaraes. The city is considered the birthplace of Portugal because Alfonso Henriques, who went on to be the first king of Portugal, was born in this city and was briefly the capital city during the founding of the country. Today, the municipality is home to 160,000, with textiles and shoes being the primary industry. If you're taking the train or buses, it's approximately 45 to 60 minutes. Driving takes about 40 minutes on the toll road and an hour on the national road. By the way, please bring some change. You'll see why. With that being said, I'd like to welcome you to Guimaraes. And we are here. Okay. Now the next thing is parking. Now parking here is actually not that bad. It's 60 cents euro for 1 hour or 120 for 2. You know what? I'm going to go for 2, but just make sure you bring your change with you because they don't accept credit cards here. So with that being said, damn, I think you need the exact change. That really sucks. So frustrating. I have to go in and get exact change right now. Oh my goodness, this pastry shop saved my day. Like, it's so frustrating. So you know what I got? I got a coffee and also a small cute pastry. I'm going to just gobble this down so I can pay for the parking and get the heck out of here. So altogether cost 160 euro. Not bad. It's like 2 something. With that being said, let's cheers. Make ourselves out. By the way, they gave me a lot of change, so I should be okay now. Let us start our adventure by confessing our sins at the Santos Paso Church, one of Portugal's prettiest Baroque churches. The origin of the church goes back to a small chapel dedicated to a church of Our Lady of Consolation, built in 1576. The Baroque church we see today dates from 1785 with a design by architect André Soares. The facade of the church is lined up with the azulejo tile panels. The church was further enlarged in the 19th century with the addition of the 2 towers. The interior is impressively neoclassical and filled with 14 mother-of-pearl frame paintings depicting the way of the cross in the polychrome in 18th century French engravings. Facing the church is the impossible to miss the Republic of Brazil Gardens, an iconic postcard and the most photographed spot in Guimaraes, complete in the end of 20th century and has maintained its design throughout the years. At the end of the garden leads us to a historic center. Since 2001, it is declared as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. The historic structures trace back to the medieval ages, covering an area of 16 hectares and retain many of its original styles and designs from the medieval ages until the 19th century. So be aware, a lot of the attraction here is not open on Mondays, which is today. But hey, you know what? It is what it is. Let's continue on. It wasn't long before we bumped into a very cute plaza in the old city, the Olive Square, owing its name to a century-old olive tree planted on this site. Most notable feature is a Gothic shrine built on the reign of Alfonso IV to commemorate the Battle of Salto, where Portuguese and Castilian forces together defeated the Moorish army from Granada in 1340. Now there's €2 to get in, so make sure once again to have some change, because a lot of those churches do not take cards. Facing the shrine is the Church of Our Lady of Olivia, originally a monastery dedicated to Savior of the world, the Blessed Virgin Mary and the Holy Apostles, by the Countess Mumadonna Diaz in the year 949. Little remains of the original construction, although a Romanesque chancel dating from the second half of the 12th century, originally from the main church portal, has been preserved. It was donated to the Catholic Church by King Romero II. So if you want to light a candle, there's candles down here, and also fire starter over here, and it costs 50 cents euro, and you can throw it into it, it can light a candle. Between 1074 to 1075, Pope Gregory VII prohibited double monastery. By 1089, the monastery was transitioned to a single monastery and turned into a collegiate church in 1139. The church is notable for its ornate 18th century altarpiece, the striking silver altar of the Chapel of the Blessed Sacrament, and the exquisite neoclassical choir stalls. The church was shut down in 1911 and reopened in 1967. As we are making our way to the next attraction, there's many notable landmarks along the way. Next to the church is an old town hall, another one of the oldest buildings. As you can see, the weather is not really cooperating today. It's a bit rain. Oof. The former convent at St. Clair, built back in 1548 and occupied nuns between 1562 to 1891 when the last surviving nun died. If you got time, check out as it is free, but unless you are looking for a church for your next wedding, you are going to have church fatigue. Now, I'll be honest with you, having all these church clothes makes my job easier. It means I can just show outside, but it would be nice to go in a couple of the churches, not just one. Look what I found. It says Chapel of Steps of the Passion of Christ. These small chapels are very popular, showcasing the devotion to the Passion of Christ. Initially 7 were built in 1727. Over time, the growth of the city and these chapel was dismantled, and today only 5 of the 7 remain. Another one of these chapels is located right outside of Our Lady of Mount Carmel's church. One thing I really like about this town is everything's walking distance within a minute or two of each other. Oh, look at that. Throughout the city, there are countless monuments dedicated to my dad. Alfonso I, the first king of Portugal. This impressive bronze statue was created by the Portuguese sculptor Antônio Soares de Redes, located right outside the palace of the Duke of Bragança. Now, I'll be honest with you, I'm actually really pressed for time, but this apparently is the most visited museum in all of northern Portugal. It's only €5. The design was inspired by that of typical French manor houses. Construction began in the early 15th centuries. In the most recent history, the palace was restored as a presidential residence for the former Prime Minister of Portugal, Antonio de Oliveira Salazar. Today is a museum. If you got time, feel free to wander through the rooms, which houses a collection of Flemish tapestries, medieval weapons, a chapel or glittering stainless steel windows, an enormous tapestry that relates to various episodes in the Portuguese attempt to conquer North Africa. By now you probably know this town is full of churches, and the same thing here. Right beside the castle is a really cute small church. Now, you can just spend whatever you can to check out all the churches, but this one's super small and probably only take about 1 minute to get in and get out. With that being said, let's have a look. Wow, it is really small. Actually, there's only 2 rooms. This room and the room right down there. So let me give you a tour. This small chapel was built in the 13th centuries. However, according to a tradition, this church would have been built in the 12th century by the Henry of Burgundy, where he would have baptized his son, the first king of Portugal, Don Alfonso Henriques. The church became severely run down during the 19th century, but was later restored in 1874 and 1940. In 1910, it was classified as a national monument. Yes, it's open. Oh my goodness. Okay. It looks really grand as well. Let's have a look. Behind the church is one of the most important and best preserved castles in Portugal. The original fortress of Castle of Guimaraes was constructed in the 10th century, the period of frequent riots by Vikings from the north and the Muslims from the south. The castle was meant as a place of secure refuge for both town's inhabitants and the monks and nuns of the monastery on the site of what is now as the Church of Our Lady of Oliveira. It was enlarged in the 11th century and became the birthplace of the first king of Portugal in 1111. Though Guimaraes Castle is associated with the birthplace of Portuguese nation, the castle was remodeled by the King Denis in the late 13th and the early 14th centuries to take the shape we largely see today. The fortress withstood 2 sieges in the 14th century and thereafter fell into decline in the subsequent centuries. It was briefly used as a debtor's prison in the 19th century. The restoration began in the 1930s after it was declared a national monument in 1910. The reason my trip here only lasts for a couple minutes is because this particular castle right now is under renovation. At the same time, I didn't need to pay for it, which is good. It means we can move on to see something else. Oh, it rained. Unless you want to do some serious hiking up the serious majestic mountain, God bless you from the 617 meters high up. It will take 2 hours to be exact. Or else you need to take a 15 minutes ride on the bus 22 to Penha. Or if you got some extra euros, the cable car. Well, I got the money to spend, but coming out off season, it gives me a loyal pain in the butt. Now I got bad news for everyone. I'm not gonna get out of the car. The cable car is closed. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe it's just off season. I tell you one thing, I'm gonna give myself credit for very being determined. If those cable car won't take me up, I will freaking drive up. I'm gonna win.
N101 to 2. Turn right on the property Santario. Miranda de Pilatos, and your destination will be on.
We have arrived. But the rain. The Penha Mountain as a place of pilgrimage goes back to the late 19th century. To meet the needs of a growing number of worshippers, the well-known Portuguese architect Marques de Silva in charge of the design for the Penha Sanctuary. The construction began in March 1931, and due to the lack of funds, the progress was slow in 1937 and 1938, and eventually it had to stop. On February 13, 1939, a big fire partially affected the sanctuary, still under construction, destroying completely the carvings of the high altar and an image of Our Lady of Concepcion. It was finally completed at the end of 1945. Together with a big terrace in front of the sanctuary. The sanctuary was blessed and opened to the public on September 14, 1947 on the annual pilgrimage day. However, it wasn't until September 1949 the church was finished with a cross in the bell tower and the church corbel with an angel facing the town. Next to the tower is a viewpoint, which gives a stunning panoramic view, not only of the center of Guimaraes, but also the nearby coastal area located 50 kilometers away if God can bless you with some good clear sky.
Impressive with your voice.
In 200 meters, turn right.
I'm so proud I survived Guimaraes. It has taken approximately 5 hours, but we are not done. Next up, another historic town, Albufeira. Once again, if you are taking the public transportation, it will take us approximately 3 hours from Guimaraes. You may want to save it for another day and take the direct bus from Porto. So I think we have arrived. City center of Sagres. Oh my goodness. Biggest challenge? Part-time. Oh.
You have arrived.
Braga is considered the nation's religious center and one of the oldest cities in Portugal dating back 2,000 years. Founded by Augustus, it was located in one of the main Roman roads in the Iberian Peninsula and became the administrative seat of the empire, and later was given the status of the capital of Roman province of Galicia. Although today, the Romans are gone, but not the historical churches and street, Grand Plaza, and many other Baroque mansions. Given its small size, it's perfect for a day trip, so we won't stay long either. If you are driving, there's plenty of free parking at night throughout the town. Now, the first on the list is definitely near the city center is the beautiful garden. Okay, I'm glad the dog's not barking at me. This garden's name is called Jardim de Santa Barbara, and as you can see, it's actually one of the most beautiful gardens in all of Portugal. It is a public space, so it's open 24 hours. There's water fountains, and behind me is a very iconic medieval castles right there. Yeah, so it's actually really nice, the fact that it's open 24 hours and you can come any time of day or night. This is a small but colorful public garden located in adjacent to the east wing of the 14th century Archbishop Palace. The garden takes advantage of a historic backdrop and also incorporates a medieval arches that remains of an arcade from the palace. Layout in the 1950s, the garden was designed by Jose Cardoso de Silva in the Romantic style in keeping with the surroundings. Located in the middle of the garden is a statue of St. Barbara on the fountain, which represents the patron saint of the garden. On the opposite side of the Archbishop's Palace occupy a current home to the administration of the University of Minho. The exterior is a public square containing baroque water fountains dating back to 1723, known as a Fountain of Castles, one of the oldest standing monuments in the city. The 6 belts of fountain are in the shape of castle, hence the name. On the fountain's top, a crowned feminine statue with iron armillary spears under a patriarchal cross, which symbolize the city of Braga. Beneath the sprouts are a group of classical putti holding them up. Known as the Santa Maria Cathedral, the Cathedral of Braga is the first Portuguese cathedral in the seat of Archdiocese of Braga. Built in the Gothic style at the end of the 11th century and was consecrated and dedicated to Virgin Mary by Bishop Pedro in a solemn session on August 28, 1089. Honestly, the night walk is just so nice, but the rain is making it just absolutely unbearable, like absolutely unbearable. And for the sake of my equipment, I'm not going to put it at risk. I see. Don't be afraid to be weak.
Make a U-turn.
I don't know if this is a good idea, but once again, I wanted to end my night on a high note. We are driving to the most famous Portuguese Catholic shrines and the most recognizable landmark in the city, the Sanctuary of Bom Jesus do Monte. There are multiple direct buses from the old town. It's 5 kilometers and takes approximately 30 minutes. However, if you are driving up at night, I'd be praying for your safe journey. But you must do your part by going slow. Okay everyone, if you're going to actually go up the hill, after like 6 o'clock, you better keep your eyes on the road. Be very careful because it's like really sharp turn. I'm not even kidding. And I actually get really nervous. Sharp turn. That being said, back to driving everyone. Alright guys, make sure you have €1. Oh, is this €1? Yeah, I think it's €1. Yes! Gate is open! Mingongan fish! Yes! Let's drive!
Your destination is on the right.
Oh my goodness! Yes, we made it! We made it! Oh! Now let's see if I can get in. This is actually really spectacular. Too bad it's like it's so dark. Oh, what else? This yeah, it's crazy beautiful up here. My fear has come true. It's closed inside, but driving all the way here, I'm going to enjoy it even if I have to conquer it in darkness. Apparently there's a cave here. Alright. Oh, a cave it is. Wow. You know, I bet not many people have seen this at night. This is actually really cool. Look at that. Wow. Maybe everything happens for a reason. Bom Jesus de Monte was commissioned by Don Rodrigues de Moura Tatalas, the Archbishop of Braga in 1723. Though a chapel has stood on the hill since 1373 and dedicated the Holy Cross, it was rebuilt in the 15th and the 16th centuries. From the 14th century onward, high points throughout Europe have increasingly become a place of devotion and pilgrimage for the faithful. The pilgrim were encouraged to make an ascent to the top of the hill on their knees. Though experiencing the Passion of the Christ, the final period of Christ's life from his entry to Jerusalem to his crucifixion, though experiencing the pain of Christ on his way to his death. Pitch dark, pitch dark. I strongly don't recommend you come here. Actually, I'm not even going to go continue on because it's just not safe. That being said, I'm going to use my light to guide me up. Since I can't see anything at night, I decided we'd be back. Once again, drive safely down the hill. It's an hour-long drive or an hour and a half by bus back to Porto. If you're hungry and pressed for time, you can always pick up some inexpensive pastries on the way.
If you're really broke and still want to try some seafood in Portugal, this is what you get from the supermarket. You can get tuna buns. Oh, there you go.
Good morning, welcome back. I'm starting the day by praying really hard for the rain to stop. Wish me luck. Oh, you actually don't need to go all the way up to the church if you don't want to. You know, you can just basically hike up, park a car over there, and you know, there you go. My goodness. You see what I'm seeing? It's hard. Mother Nature, thanks to Mother Nature. The sanctuary of Bom Jesus' most notable unique design includes a Baroque nature, emphasized by the zigzag form of its stairwells, influenced by many other sites in Portugal. The stairwell leading to the top contains 17 landings adorned with symbolic fountains, allegoric statues, and other Baroque-style decorations along the theme, such as the Station of the Cross, the 5 senses, the virtues, Moses receiving the commandments. The 8 biblical figures are contributed to a condemnation of Jesus. By tradition, the pilgrims climb the stairs. They are encouraged to do so on their knees. They experience a contrast of sense of material world with the virtue of the spirit and feel the sense of passion of the Christ. The effort will be rewarded with enlightenment at the temple of God, the church on the top of the hill. But there's no way I would get on my knees and climb 577 stairs. With this kind of weather, I'm going to drive up and hopefully I will still able to experience the enlightenment on the top. Wish me luck. As you can see, this is unforgiving, the weather. At least we made it up here and show you the interior. The old church was demolished in 1788 and the present one was built following a neoclassical design by Carlos Almonte. The construction started with the first stone laid in 1784 and completed in 1834. Its interior is decorated in the beginning of the 19th century with a main altarpiece dedicated to the crucifixion. The image of the crucified Christ was ordered to be sculpted by the Italian Archbishop Di Gaspar di Branca in 1776. In the chapel of relic, the body of Saint Clement, who was a Roman soldier martyred in the 3rd century after Christ. In the upper part there are busts of 58 saints who carry their own relic on their chests. Notable paintings include Jesus Walk on Water and Save Peter. On the left wall is a chapel of Blessed Sacrament, a tabernacles covered with gold. This church was elevated to a minor basilica status in 2015 by Pope Francis, and since 2019, the Sanctuary of Bom Jesus do Monte in Braga was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. After this much praying, it's time for me to reflect on my life by taking in some nature. Our next stop is going to be an hour drive away and remote. But before you buckle up, make sure you bring a nice hiking boot and lots of energies. But I got you covered. The best deal are Asian buffets that charge by the plate. Oh yeah, look like I just built myself an Egyptian pyramid. I like to get bang for my buck, so this place is like $7.95. How it works is you can fill up to your plate as much as you want. It also comes with a fruit or ice cream or a coffee. So as you can see, I spare no room. I'm going to see how good their Chinese food is, because you know what? My standard for Chinese food is insanely high since I am Chinese. With that being said, wish me luck. Bon appetit, everyone. Overall, the food is pretty good, but before leaving, I'm giving my new friends some advice on how to build their eatable Eiffel Tower. Okay, here's a strategy, guys. You have to listen to it. Anything to do with rice, you put a little bit because it fills you up. Get the expensive stuff. So what you did the right thing is get the rolls with a fish in it, right? Yeah. But I would just say like get more protein. The first clue you are close to nature is when you see a white angel dancing. Just kidding. When you see a picturesque Cavado River, you are certainly on the right path. There's many scenic viewpoints along the way, and you got my complete blessing to stop and enjoy the view, or enjoy many of the water activities like canoe, paddleboard, and canoe again, all for 6 to 12 euros per hour. are about 7 kilometers away from the national park, and I just found this vantage point and there's a parking. So I say, why not? This is, hey, petrols ain't cheap here. I might as well enjoy as much as I can, right? But check this out, it's gorgeous. The Benagil National Park is a hidden gem. Due to its remote location and almost only accessible by car, public buses are few and far in between the park. This is the off-the-beaten-path attraction that is classified as UNESCO Biosphere Reserve and covers 4 mountain ranges and up to the northern border with Spain. With over 700 square kilometers of protected land with stunning mountain trails and historic villages such as Sagres. Today you can swim in the lagoons. There are many of them among the mountain ranges, but I'm here to conquer the best hiking trails in all Portugal. So let's park and get started.
Your destination is on the right.
Look at the mist, it's crazy, like misty, yes. And there is a trail right there, you see that? There's a lot of trails here, but I picked one of the easier to get to and shorter ones, since I wish I had more time, but I don't. What that being said, yeah. Leading up, let's go. Definitely get some good workout today. The park features 4 amazing hiking trails, fit for hikers of all physical conditions, the shortest being 3.2 kilometers and the longest being 9. Regardless which one you choose, most likely you'll see many waterfalls, valleys, ponds, and lagoons for you to undress and jump in. First thing, GPS watch. Number 2, get a home point where you started so you can always backtrack, right? And also make sure you always stay on the trail. And because, you know, like, I'm being honest, because this is such a big park, you could easily get lost. And this is actually, they call it the well-marked trail, but as you can see, it's not like, not exactly. Occasionally you see like the little signs here, but like I said, safety comes first. Visibility is very low, and as well as the steep and twisting and narrow road. I strongly recommend you absolutely pay attention to the road and go slow. I really absolutely mean it. Since there's no parking here, I can only stay for like maybe a minute or so to show you one of the first, or maybe the only waterfall we'll be seeing, because it's getting a little bit late. We need to go somewhere else. With that being said, let's get going. The earliest signs of habitation are from 6000 BC, as evident by the Neolithic tombs that dotted the landscape. The Roman roads, bridges, and milestone markers shows visitors the once Roman influence and from the 12th century onwards. But keep your eyes out for many native species call this park home, including roe deer, the symbol of the park, or its predator, the Iberian wolf. But it wasn't my day. I guess they are all hibernating during the winter. However, at least we conquered the national park, so let's find some local wines to toast. I'm being serious. This is not like the wine region of Portugal that produce most of the famous wines or historical wines, but I thought it might be interesting to check out wines that are produced in this region near the national park. So I came completely unannounced. So I'm not too sure if I will be welcome. The national park is included in the small wine region of Vinho Verde, located in the Portugal's north. Originally designated in 1908, the name means green wine, but translates into young wine, with the wine being released 3 to 6 months after the grapes are harvested. The majority of the wine classified as Vinho Verde are white, but the region is known for the production of red and rosé wine. The famous white wine is usually very fresh due to its natural acidity and normally consumed right after bottling. If you're a wine lover, come during the season as many of the vineyards offer wine tours and tasting. So, cheers everyone, enjoy responsibly and don't drink and drive. I'm going to lead by example on this one. It's quite interesting the fact that I'm actually walking inside the vineyard. If this was the grape season, I would be surrounded by basically grapes. And get free samples. Maybe not, I have to work for it. I wish they were open, honestly, so I can get some samples. This is how I ended my day and safely drove back to Porto. Next morning, it's time to return the car, and for those of you who are flying into Porto as your first stop, here is how you can get to the city center without breaking the bank. First way is the most easiest, which is taxi, but most expensive. Second way is metro. The light rail take you directly down to city center as well as the central bus station, central rail station. Like I said before, so this metro particular line goes directly down to city center by Trinidad station. First time you buy the ticket, you have to add in 60 cents euros to get the car, and then you can top up. I believe I have enough credit on this car to get to the metro. With that being said, let's get going. For me, I need to drop off my bag at the Campana bus terminal for my bus out to Lisbon tonight. Getting a ticket, make sure one thing, validated. We have arrived at the Campana. This is also the train station and as well as the intercity bus station. Now, I'm here not because I need to leave right away, but drop off my bags because my bus is tonight. After a half day of free time in Porto and able to pick up some ladies, some sight and sound without the camera please. Let's get going, and the final leg of our journey is Lisbon, the capital of Portugal. The free way to get there is by walking or asking someone to carry you on their back, but you need a lot of luck for that. The better option is probably the direct scheduled trains and buses from Campana bus terminal. There's no stops in between, so make sure to fuel up before you arrive minus too much liquid. Be warned, pissing aren't always available in all buses. If you didn't have a chance to grab a bite, you actually can get it here. I think everything is pretty reasonably priced. The pastries are like 80 cents euro to €1. It's not bad. Just got my tickets here. I think it's time for me to board the bus. Let's just get going. Look like it's a full party here tonight. I'll make some new friends. Lisbon has multiple bus terminals. The closest to the city center is Seven River Terminal. It's only 4 kilometers away but only serves Rede Expresso. Other buses will drop you off at the further Oriente or East Terminal. In both cases, try not to arrive too late. Most buses end at midnight and metro close at 1 AM. After that, the rideshare or taxi will be your only choice. With that being said, the total journey takes approximately 3 hours. So, enjoy your ride! Located in western Portugal on the estuary of Tagus River, Lisbon is the westernmost capital city in continental Europe and the second oldest European capital city after Athens. Established by pre-Celtic tribes and leader Felician, Julius Caesar made it a municipality called Felicitas Julia. Today, Lisbon is recognized as an alpha-level global city because of its importance in finance, commerce, fashion, media, education, and tourism, as well as serving as the country's main port, the largest city and commercial, political, and tourist center. With a population of 3 million in its metropolitan area, I definitely have no excuse not to find my dream soulmate. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lisbon. I'm going to come and grab my luggage under the belt. Oh, here I go. I should have drank a little bit more coffee to be more awake. From this particular bus station, you can easily get down to the city center. If you can avoid the Lisbon Oriente bus station, avoid it. This one, the CT is a lot more close. With that being said, let's get going. Thank you. Hey. All right. Good night. Bye-bye. So once again, given the fact that I have so much filming gear, I'm just going to pay €6, get a ride sharing down to Lisbon city center. Honestly, if you don't have this much equipment, go for the metro ride or the bus ride, but hey, you know what? I think I can treat myself once in a blue. Alright, let's get going. Buckle up. It is, yes. Buckle up, you. Good morning. So, if you are clueless what to do here in Lisbon, don't worry, we're on the same boat. This trip wasn't probably planned in the first place. Okay, first on, let's talk about getting around. Now, most of the historical Lisbon is walkable by foot, but there's also scooters that you can rent, pretty expensive. I say skip it. There's also basically those tuk-tuk that you can actually rent. They charge per hour as well. You get those guys right here. Historical trams here in Lisbon. And of course, all the other public transportations, the bus and the metros and so on. One interesting idea is buying a Lisbon card, which gives you unlimited ride on the public transportation within the city and the trains to the nearby city of Sintra, along with free access to 39 government-run museums, monasteries, and other attractions. They are available for 24, 48, and 72 hours. If you'd like to explore the old town on foot but don't want to plan, I got you covered. If you really don't want to plan yourself, you can also come to the main square here and basically join a free tour group. Of course, nothing is free. Tour guides need to make a living, and if you want to be generous, the average tips here is 15 to 20 euros, but it's whatever you want to give. Let's start our adventure at the heart of downtown. The Restaurante Square is a major landmark dedicated to restoration of the independence of Portugal in 1640. The obelisks in the middle of the square, named the Monument to the Restored, commemorate victory in the Portuguese Restoration War and carries the names and dates of the battle between Spain and Portugal from 1640 to 1668. It ended with the end of the Spanish rule over Portugal, which had begun in 1581. The monument is made from limestone and erected in 1886 and stands 30 meters in height, and on the north and the south side each were bronze statues representing independence. Just 400 meters away marks the very center of Lisbon and the most liveliest. Known as Rocio Square, this site has been a popular place for people to meet since the Middle Ages. In the center sits a column of Pedro IV of Portugal, known as a soldier king. At the base of the pillar are 4 female figures that represent kings' various qualities: justice, wisdom, strength, and moderation. Many prominent features featuring the square today were established in the 19th centuries. On the either side of the square are 2 baroque fountains imported from France. Its French Oriental style classic tastes include elements that are related to sea, fish, shell, cables, anchors, children, god, and mermaid. Next to Rocio Square is where you can put your Lisbon car to work. The Santa Gesta elevator is one of the city's most famous sites and has amazing view from the top, making it one of the city's busiest tourist attractions. After I think a half an hour wait, good things are worth waiting for, and I hope it's great. Oh my god, look at that. Very historical. So come, let's go. Oh. Taking advantage of it, my first time using a Lisbon car. There you go! The 19th century industrial airlift transport passengers to 45 meters. The hills of Lisbon has always presented a problem for travel between the lower street of the main Baixa and the higher Beira Alto district. In order to facilitate the movement between the two, the civil and military engineer Roberto Almenio presented a project to the Lisbon Municipal Council in 1874 and inaugurated as one of the city's transportation systems in July 10, 1902, and was called the Carmo Lift. Lisbon's inhabitant was so excited to try this novelty that on the first day, 3,000 tickets were sold. Today, it's primarily used by tourists. The view is nice from the observation deck, but not spectacular. But we are going somewhere that is. Once again, we are going to put our Lisbon car to work by hitching a ride. I said it before, Portugal's full of slopes, and trust me, you need to keep your hands on this, because or else, ooh. I don't know if the driver will perform CPR on you. I prefer mine to be passionate CPR benefits. The Lisbon system of trams was first entered into service on November 17, 1873, and comprised of 6 lines. There were 27 lines at its peak in 1959, but later going into decline. Currently there are 31 kilometers, 5 different routes and 58 trams, of which 40 are vintage streetcars. The heritage tram are small, nostalgic and emblematic symbol of Lisbon. Here's a trick, you can also open up the windows. It's you get a lot better view. Look at this. Let me turn it around. But here's a warning. Do not put your head out the windows unless you have life insurance. But that's still no, don't do that. With that being said, enjoy the ride. The most iconic tram is Route 28. It's 7 kilometers. The wooden tram links Beira Alto to St. George Castle. Another iconic route is number 12, only 4 kilometers in length. This tram route is the shortest and taking only 20 minutes to complete a clockwise loop around the popular tourist district of Baixa and Alfama. Look like we got company. There's another tram behind me. Alright. This was quite a ride, is it? Do you agree with me? Now, let's go somewhere with a fantastic... He's gonna be famous too. I owe him loyalties after this. But that being said, let's go to our first vantage point. Up the hill it is, my dear friends. So, almost there. 5 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to San Francisco. I'm just joking. It's Lisbon. That's not the Golden Gate Bridge. But yeah, this is one of the viewpoints that's very popular, and you basically get to see the advantage of both the historical town and a little about the new part of the city, which is over on that side. So with that being said, let's sit back, relax, enjoy the view. The viewpoint of the Lady of the Mount is one of Lisbon's major landmarks located on top of the Lisbon's tallest hill. The name derived from a glass-encased image of a virgin that stands in front of the charming white chapel dedicated to Saint Jens, a bishop martyr in the Roman times. It's also one of the calmest places to look at the city. It's stunning panoramic view. So next up, after you enjoy your view, okay, look at that, a steep slope, 5 minutes walk, not so bad. So I'm not going to bombard you with viewpoint after viewpoint because honestly, eventually you get bored. So this probably be the last one. The reason I'm showing this one is this is in a lower altitude. It means that you get a different vantage point. The Greca viewpoint is also on the Lisbon's tram route number 28. Located on the south side of St. Andre's Hill, this shaded terrace offers a panoramic view of the historic center. The viewpoint was named after one of the city's oldest churches, originally built in 1271. The Baroque architecture dates from post-1755 until the earthquake reconstruction, and the interior is decorated with the Grizel paintings and gilded woodworks. It also houses an image of Christ carrying the cross, which is taken from the street in the annual Easter-time procession. A tradition since 1587, the Adjuring convent became a military barrack in the 19th century, but opened to the public for the first time in 2017. Alright, so let's go to or should I say let's hike to our next attraction. Hope you enjoy the music. Remember, I say this over and over again, support the local performers. They are hardworking, you know, it's not easy performing on the street, you know. I don't know if I can do that, but with that being said, let's get going. I'm actually heading off to the St. George's Castle. But look, their viewpoint, there's so many, there's absolutely too many, so I'm not even gonna bother to stop. Let's keep moving. It is nice though, don't get me wrong. If you like it, stay behind, enjoy it, but we don't have that much time. Alright, we shall be there soon, boys and girls. Let's get going. Sadly, the Lisbon card gives you no discounts at the Castle St. George. Given I only have one day here, I think I'm going to skip it, but please, if you're willing to spend the 15 euros, go for it. It looks really, really spectacular actually. But I got it from the air. Yeah, I'm going to show off my lovely aerial photography skill by illustrating a little history of this castle with my impressive camera skills. Situated on the city's highest hill, the São Jorge Castle is one of Lisbon's most distinctive monuments. The oldest known fortification at this spot dates from 2th century BC, although some of the remains found here dates as back as 6th century BC. The castle itself was founded in 10th and the 11th century, when Lisbon was an important Moorish port. In 1147, the first king of Portugal, Dom Afonso Henriques, captured both the castle and the city from the Moors. The castle enjoyed the most important period between 13th and the 14th century. It was here in the 16th century that King Dom Manuel I received the Vasco da Gama after his sea voyage to India, and the first Portuguese theater play written by Gael Vicente was performed to mark the birth of the King Dom Jael III. A lot of you guys probably asked me, like, what's the most authentic historical district in Lisbon? Well, this is it. This is Alfa Mama, and this is pretty much as authentic as it can get, with streets. That's actually, those ones are very old style. Many of them hasn't been updated in hundreds of years. Although I didn't get to see the old castle, I did get a chance to roam along the Alfama district. It was settled as back as the Iron Age, and later occupied by Romans, Visigoths and other Germanic tribes, before becoming the heart of Moorish Lisbon. With the conquest of the city by the Portuguese first king in 1147, the Moors was either killed in the siege or segregated. Following the century, Alfama became the home to the upper class as well as the Jewish quarter, until the Jews was expelled altogether with all other non-Christians in 1497. As Lisbon expanded, the wealthy residents moved out, leaving the Alfama to the fishing community. Thanks to its dense bedrock foundation, it was practically the only neighborhood that wasn't greatly affected by the disastrous 1755 earthquake, and preserving the fate of many buildings seen here in this area today. Alright, I am back on the tram. Oh my goodness. Full party ahead. Everyone's here. I hope we have enough beer for everyone. I mean, cold beers. It has to be cold. Alright, with that being said, hold on tight. We got hills to climb or hills to ride. Oh! I wonder what's everyone doing. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Do you know why people are throwing coins at this statue?
The amount of tries, the coins have to go in the on the book.
On the book. Okay, what do I win if it lands on the book?
Your love of life.
Love, yeah.
Love of my life.
Anthony is the patron saint of finding.
Do I have any coins on me? Oh no, need to get changed.
You know, I have a dime if you want. I think it's hard, but.
All right. Let's see what I can do. If I find the love of my life, you'll be the best man. Wish me luck on this one. With that being said, this is gonna be hard.
It touched the book. It touched the book.
All right, it touched the book. I might not have got it, but I wish you all the best of luck to find the love of your life here in Portugal. Built on the site where St. Anthony was born in 1195, this church is dedicated to a saint known as the Matchmaker and the patron saint for recovery of lost items. Given I haven't got any matches on Tinder in Portugal and needed to recover my hope in finding the love of my life, I guess this is a perfect place to come and pray. Please wish me luck, and ladies, feel free to check me out on Tinder. The birth name of St. Anthony is Fernando de Bojos, and the site of his family house of his birth was turned into a small chapel in the 15th centuries. This early building from which nothing remains. The current church dates from 1757 due to the post-1755 earthquake reconstruction. The facade combines a Baroque and neoclassical style, as does the interior, which is featured painting by the 18th century artist Pedro Alexandre de Carvalho. There's actually downstairs as well. On May 12, 1982, Pope John Paul II visited the church and inaugurated the statue of the St. Anthony in a square in front of the church and prayed in this very crypt, which marks the spot where the saint was born. The Lisbon card does not work here as well. You do get like €1 discount. If you want to go in, it's €4. So I'm gonna let you use a discretion rather to enjoy this cathedral. I did want to take a sneak peek. It's pretty grand, but it doesn't look anything super spectacular. Behind the St. Anthony's is a cathedral of Lisbon dedicated to the Mother of God. Just like hundreds of other buildings, it is the most significant monument in the country due to its historical, religious, and artistic value. Its construction began in 1147 when the first king of Portugal, Alfonso Henriques, reconquered the city from the Moors. It was built on a Muslim mosque, which in turn, as the archaeological excavation confirmed, had been built on the previous Visigothic Christian temple. Given there's hundreds of other churches in the city, I'll just skip it. After all, I'm not too sure if Jesus will approve the holy idea that I swipe my credit card just to go in and pray. So I basically got off at one stop and come over to here. Look at that. Nice arch. And as far as I know, we're heading that way. The triumphant arch of Ruta Augusta is located in the northern end of the commercial square by Tagus River. The 19th century arch is dedicated to Lisbon's recovery from the destruction of the 1755 earthquake. The arch was officially opened in 1875 and adorned with various statues of historical figures. Following the restoration in 2013, it now gives a visitor a chance to visit the rooftop gazebo on top of the monument, with a breathtaking panoramic view across the city, including various downtown squares, cathedrals, and Tagus River. This is the commercial square, one of the largest town squares here in the city of Lisbon. And this used to be home to the Royal Palace, that was destroyed in the earthquake of 1755. Today is home to many of the government buildings, along with a statue to King Jose I, right in the middle of the square. The square is one of the most beautiful in all of Europe, originally called the Loyal Yard prior to the Great Earthquake. The Loyal Palace had been set on the western side of the square since the 16th centuries, when King Manuel transferred the court down from the Council of St. Jorge. In 1580, Felipe I of Portugal ordered a building of a new square, but was destroyed by the Great Earthquake. The new square was renamed the Commercial Square to promote the new social order, the trading, financial, and bourgeois classes that contributed so much to the rebuilding of the city. In a geometric center of the square facing the river, there is a statue of King Jose I, mounted on his horse Gintel, the work of sculptor Machado de Castro. It was unveiled on June 6, 1775, the king's birthday. He discreetly viewed the event from one of the windows in the customs building. The celebration lasted 3 days and included a gigantic banquet for all people of Lisbon. The square opens southward onto the huge Tigris River. Prior to the era of air travel, this was Lisbon's great reception hall for visitors arriving by sea, the same dock for the king and head of states that would embark when visiting Portugal. Today, on the piers, there are 2 columns and adjacent marble stairs that once used as entry point by the foreign dignitaries still remain standing. One of those figures was Queen Elizabeth II, who arrived in 1957 in Portugal and made her way into Lisbon through these 2 columns. I'm actually on the normal tram and heading out to one of the attractions that's closed pretty soon, so I hope I can make it. Apparently it's very fantastic. The tram here is pretty clean, but here's one thing, not so on time, they lose points on that one. With that being said, sit back, relax, enjoy your ride. One of my favorite cities is San Francisco, and this bridge right here, my goodness, reminds me of SF. They call it the world's most beautiful bridge. Let's have a look. Now this is going to be really an interesting experience because the lift is not working. I have to take the stairs. With that being said, they say to follow the arrow. Oh my goodness. So this elevator doesn't take you all the way up. It takes you only to the first floor. And then, you know what I'm talking about. With that being said, let's get going. Okay, come on, let's go. Originally named after the former Prime Minister and dictator Salazar when it was inaugurated in 1966. This bridge changed its name after 1974 revolution and it happened on April 25th. The bridge connects the city of Lisbon and the municipality of Almada on the left, south bank of Tigris River. While it might look like a Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, it was in fact built by an American company, inspired by the Bay Bridge in the same city. For the best view of the bridge, get off at the Ponte Docks Garden. Get your energy drinks and have the Lisbon car ready. We are going to get high up. Alright. Oh my goodness. Holy smoke. I almost thought this is glass floor. So, yeah, I almost thought this like glass floor, but it's not. It's just a mirror. Let the height begin. Alright. Its height from the water to the upper platform is over 70 meters. So, don't you laugh at my struggles, or else I'll make sure to haunt you on Facebook. Man, this is like... Holy smoke! Me gonna grab your fish! Holy smoke! The hike is getting to me. Oh, okay. This is the 19th floor, and I see light. And look at that. The structure carries trains and cars and has a toll for the northbound route only. Around 150,000 cars and over 150 trains cross the bridge daily on the 2 rail tracks and 6 car lanes. After sunset, it was getting dark really fast, but I'm not ready to head home just yet. I'm going to pray for all of you audience going to watch more of my shows and go far on your own. I'm going to pray with Jesus, a big one. You can either take the ferry to the south bank to Almada or a bus across the April 25th bridge to the south bank to meet this tall Jesus. No kidding. I didn't realize he's this tall and dominates the skyline of the south side of Tigris River. He must be popular with the ladies. I was told I can take the lift to the heaven. I mean, not quite. 82 meters high, if I can pay. Behind me is a gigantic statue of the Christ. And yes, it's actually inspired by the statue of the Christ in Rio de Janeiro. This was built in 1959 and its official name is the Christ the King. It's pretty remarkable how tall it is. You can actually go up to the platform. It is not free, but it's not too expensive either. It is about €8. Completed in 1959, 7 years after the work began. The initial inspiration came after a cardinal parish of Lisbon had visited Rio de Janeiro in 1934 and had seen the new Christ the Redeemer monument there. Ultimately, through the monument was to give thanks to God for largely sparing Portugal from the devastation of World War II. The Catholic statue is dedicated to the Sacred Heart of Jesus Christ overlooking the city of Lisbon, and the statue itself measured impressively 30 meters in height. Marginally smaller than the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro. 2 of the mighty legs of the pedestal contains an elevator which takes a visitor up to the viewing platform at the Christ's feet. But if you prefer to stay grounded, there's a garden and a visitor center. I'm such a sucker for street food. I decided to try the, I think it's chestnut. No, I'm not too sure. Okay, let's eat. Let's see how this is actually. See this right here? Yes, after an entire day of walking, I'm hungry and couldn't even remember the name of this nut. But it's roasted chestnut, and these stalls are very popular throughout Lisbon. Now, I know we need some real food. There's one perfect place to spice things up. Now, by now, you probably realized I haven't shown any public parks for Lisbon. The reason is, it's just not that interesting. But I'm going to show at least one, which is this one right behind me. It's actually Park Martin Morris. I hope my pronunciation is correct. Now, it's actually a very, very beautiful park, very big, more like a square. Now, here's the thing. There's another reason I'm actually showcasing this park. Is right across from it, there's a mall. The nickname is Portugal's Little Chinatown. The whole street filled with different kind of cuisine, from Japanese to Japanese to Korean. There's also a supermarket as well. But that being said, let's go and do some shopping and then grab a bite if I'm not able to cook on my own. I suspect that will be the case. Yes, these are mochi cake. It's true, Chinese people are taking over the world and even here in Portugal. With that being said, let's have a look and then we'll go and grab a bite. So on the right side, you got rice, Chinese staple, and my favorite sin is instant noodles. And I can actually recognize some of these brands. Honestly, that's really cool. They have Chinese bun and oh my, this is my favorite here. This is sesame seed balls. My favorite. I grew up eating this kind of stuff. That's why I got pregnant down there. Couldn't lose any weight. Got my shopping done. I will tell you what I got after I eat because you know what? This is more for backups. But my immediate needs is actually grabbing a bite right now, right here. And look what we got. We got sushi house, and as well Chinese dim sum, things like that. There's also pho. So it's really cool actually. Very multicultural here. So it's not just Chinese.
It's for you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, as you know, I do have really high standards for Asian food because I am Asian. So, but this looks fabulous. I'm hungry. It's hard enough to film, but filming one hand, eating another hand, man. So with that being said, let's try it out. First, let's try out the soup. The broth itself is actually really creamy, so I give them credit for that. There's quite a bit of meat. I believe these are pork, and there's some peanuts, as well there's an egg on it. How is a noodle standing up? Definitely ramen. It's actually pretty decent. Now, given the fact that it's Portugal with very limited ingredients that's available, I'm gonna have to give this 9 out of 10. It's actually really good. With that being said, I hope you enjoy it as much as I do. I want to make sure I'm maximizing my utilities of the Lisbon car, even at this hour. Here you go. We are going high up again, this time the old-fashioned way. Remember I said I'm going to try something? Here you go. You got it. And you know what? I get to sit in the conductor's seat as well. So I am actually going to be in control of this train, I think. It's going. Look at this. The Lisbon's iconic funiculars also refer as an elevator or lift, introduced in the late 19th and the early 20th century. The funicular made the city's hill a little bit more manageable. Originally ran on water but now powered by electricity and used to be brown, but it has been painted iconic yellow since the 1930s. There are currently 3 old funiculars, and I'm on the Gloria funicular that connects the Restored Square to the Bar Alto. It also stopped at the final stop of the night, St. Pedro de Alcântara viewpoint. In service since October 24, 1885, this funicular passed by a street art gallery. The ride is approximately 275 meters and 6 minutes. But we have arrived, and I'll welcome you to the St. Pedro de Alcântara viewpoint. To my surprise, there's only actually one stop, and it's the stop at the top of the hill. As you probably know, Lisbon is a city built on many hills, many in fact, and that brings us to many viewpoints. This is probably the best viewpoint after dark. So this is actually one of the vantage points that you can come and check out at night. Apparently it's the best, so with that being said, let's go and have a look. I see water fountains, I see statues, I do hear people playing their musical talent. Now let's check out the view. This urban park was built over the free water aqueducts in 1864, and an ornamental fountain brought from the Benposta Palace. It offers benches to sit and relax and a cafe with outdoor seatings. After this much hiking, it's now time to take a deep breath in this garden and enjoy the best evening skylines. The view is spectacular during the day, and at night, when the hills illuminated below, it's even better. But if you're staying in Lisbon for multiple days, drop for a sunset. Once again, there's one message I'm going to tell you. Like a broken record. I always urge you to support the local street performers. They work hard. If you don't support them, they will never be around. With that being said, I hope you sit back, relax, enjoy this amazing talent. change. I don't have too much change, but I'm making some change tonight. What Vincent? Let's do that. This is how I ended my night, but next morning I'm going to start with another prayer again. This time at the Jerónimos Monastery, a UNESCO declared World Heritage Site since 1983. If you're hoping it will be part of the Lisbon card, your prayer is answered. That is the monastery! And yes, I'm taking the most out of my Lisbon card. The monastery is only 2.5 kilometers from the April 25th Bridge Pillar 7 Experience Center. Only 15 minutes bus ride or 30 minutes on foot. If you want to save time, visit them one after another. Facing the monastery is an Empire Square Garden, the remain of the 1940 Portuguese War exhibition, which commemorate the 800th anniversary of independence of Portugal and the 300th anniversary of the Restoration. The garden composed of a combination of 32 coat of arms, whose design of the bushes and flowers represent the former Empire provinces and 4 perpetual ponds. Adjacent to the garden is a monument called the Monument of the Discoveries. Conceived in 1939, the monument celebrates the Portuguese Age of Discovery and are commonly referred to as the Age of Exploration during the 15th and the 16th century. The structure is appropriately located along the river whose ship departed to explore and trade with India and Orient during the Golden Ages. So here's the deal. To come into the church is free, and then when you exit the church, then you go to the monastery and you can use your Lisbon card. With that being said, let's check out this spectacular, beautiful church. People, no one likes me, I think. I'm gonna make lots of friends today. The Jerónimos Monastery complex comprise includes the Santa Maria Church of Belém, inaugurated as a resting place for the House of Aziz member in 1495. Its uniqueness lies with a single nave that is held up by 6 beautiful sculpted columns and withstood the 1755 earthquake. The chapel also includes an exquisite 16th and 17th century altar with the Manueline carvings and contains the tomb of King Manuel I, King Jael III, and Vasco da Gama. If you got time, there's also a small cloister, but I'm gonna get moving. After you come out from the church, you go to the line right here, and then you'll be let in. So just make sure you have your tickets ready. Man, I'm a little bit nervous because this place looks humongous. My God, look at this. St. Jerome Monastery is a former monastery for the Order of St. Jerome. However, in the 16th century, it became the necropolis for the Portuguese loyal dynasty of Abazi. In 1833, it actually became secularized by a state decree, and the ownership was transferred to the Real Casa Lisbona. The Jerónimos Monastery replaced a church formerly existed on the same site, dedicated to Santa Maria de Belém, and where monks of Military Religious Order of Christ provided assistance to the seafarer in transit. The monastery was paid for with a profit made in spice trade with the East and become the home to monks of the Order of Saint Jerome, who prayed for the king's soul and responsible for the recipe of the famous custard tarts. The construction of the monastery and the church began on January 6, 1501, and took over 100 years to complete. King Manuel originally funded the project with the money obtained from a 5% tax on commerce from Africa and Orient. The influx of such riches, the architecture was not limited to small-scale plans, and also had redirected resources from other monasteries to Belen. The architecture were made from golden limestone. The structure is a classic example of Portuguese Gothic manual architecture and glorified the age of discovery, including showcasing the Portugal's power at sea and its contact with the distant land. Corals, sea monsters, and ropes are sculpted in the magnificent cloisters. The monastery faces a landscape garden, the Empire Square. The paved with a traditional Portuguese cobblestone designs that here includes armillary spears and the sign of the zodiac. Now, if you're a monk, then you know what? You're gonna be here forever. Once you're in, you ain't going out. For me, there's no light at the end of the tunnel, so please send me some Uber Eats. I'm right here waiting for my food. Sadly, the Uber Eats delivery never came, but I did manage to escape from the monastery by finding some light at the end of the tunnel, mostly from my phone. But now I got no choice but to leave the country by heading directly to the airport. You know, I'm going to keep it simple. I'll go bus 744 and that will take you directly to the airport. No transfers. You just need to come down here to the Ristorante stop, which is right in the middle of one of the main squares here. It's also well connected to the metro, you can see. But with that being said, let's hope the bus leaves soon and we can pick up our car. So there you go, this is the airport, and now we just need to walk over. With that being said, let's get going. If you are departing, this is where you need to be. The bus take you directly to the stop and you come right across and to the departure. If you need to go to the arrival like me to pick a rental car, we need to take a lift, and I'll show you where. Now here's advice for you actually who's doing rental cars like me from the airport. Just before you arrive, give them a quick call, say I'm coming, so the shuttle will be here by the time you actually get to the arrivals. Save you some time and the house are waiting. Next, we are going to Sintra. Okay, looking at me because I'm a fish.
In 200 meters, turn right.
My drive is approximately 30 minutes from Lisbon Airport. Of course, on a good day. If you have more time, take the train. It's about an hour and a half. So if you are heading from Lisbon by train, this is a train station you could be exiting. If you have a Lisbon car, it's included in that ticket, so you don't need to pay. With that being said, back to my car and back to driving before I get a parking ticket or get towed. Now, let's be straight up, Sintra is a touristy town, and get ready to pay for the tourist prices. If you want to dine on a budget, well, there's a lot of supermarkets along the way for you to satisfy your hunger and to fill up. Trust me, you didn't need it. A lot of calorie is required ahead. I'm also going to brag I'm a smart ass and show off how much food I can get for only 10 euros. Now, supermarket actually gets a lot of pretty cheap eats. I mean, this is 250 euro. These salads, I saw sandwiches, they're like a couple of dollars in euro, a couple of euros, excuse me. I'm gonna go for a sandwich. That's 250 euros. The pastry, and guess what? I haven't tried the Portuguese chicken since I got here, so why not? So this is what I got. First things first, I know you guys are very curious about Portuguese, not fish, but Portuguese chicken. So I'm gonna go with that first because you know what? It's good to try something when you are absolutely hungry like what I'm doing right now, and excuse me. Let's try this, come on. It's not something you can actually, I don't think it's going to be as authentic to get it back in the US. I think the chicken here are slightly more tender than the ones in US. Maybe it's not like farmed to that extent. But definitely go and check it out. I'll be honest with you, I didn't really see too much difference between our barbecue chicken and theirs, but maybe that's just me. Wow, maybe I just need to eat more and just check out. Not as salty as we are used to, but overall it's pretty good. Sintra is a beautiful town at the foot of the mountain of the same name. Its unique characteristic led UNESCO to classify as a World Heritage Site. The town is best known for its castles, palaces, and the natural beauty of its surrounding mountains. For centuries, Sintra was a favorite summer retreat and hunting ground for the Portuguese noble, and their legacy is a jewel box of palaces, castles, and candy-colored mansions. Not surprisingly, our first stop will be the world's most stunning palace, the Penha Palace. If you arrive by train or bus from the Sintra's old town, you can either enjoy a 45 minutes hike uphill. Another option is a tourist bus 434 that loops from Sintra's train station to Penha Palace and the Moorish castle. It runs every 15 minutes. There's also a private shuttle that takes you close to the entrance. They'll be asking for 20 euros, but you can easily bargain down to 5. I got redirected by someone to park at the entrance of the chalet of the Countess of Ella. I suspect they have taken me for the ride. I'm totally right.
You wanna go with that? We have one more.
Don't worry. Apparently there's no parking up there, so what we can do is I'm going to do the hiking. There's cars around here that offer you like 20 euros to go up, but you know what, you can always bargain down. They say it's like half an hour away. It's uphill. Holy smoke. I mean, uphill. Well, maybe some downhill as well, but mostly it's going to be uphill. Holy smoke. Let's go. Man, I might have to just shut up and save my battery life. Ah! No! It's true! Look at that! Ah! No way! Holy smoke! Man, I need an extra burger for that! Did you just see this? Holy smoke! Okay, anyways, I need to calm down and just shut the hell up and walk. Oh, well, no, hike. There's other path. Somewhat of a shortcut, but please. Look how dense our forest is. No, you're not going to do the shortcut. Stick with the main paved road. You can have some burgers after, how about that? When you come here, like I say, this is an entrance I afterwards drove by. And what happened was, they said you can't go up there, but we'll see when we go up. You can actually rent, there's a bunch of cars.
Can you read, please?
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
You read?
Yes.
Oh, you're fast.
Thank you, I'm always fast. If you're driving, there's 2 free parkings, one near the entrance, but most likely it will be super busy. Another one is a 30 minutes hike up the entrance. Don't be fooled by people pretending to direct you to the parking lot. These guys are simply wanted to redirect you to further parking lots and shuttle you up to Penha Palace with their tuk-tuk or vans for a cost. That's awesome. A local guy told me there's options here. Go into the garden, pay your dues, if the machine's working, and then you can hike up. If not, you just have to suck up and hike up, or just pay €5, excuse me. The name of this park is called the Valley of the Lakes and is part of the Penha Park. The name refers to a stream flowed into the valley until it was dammed and it created 5 lakes. If I knew this is what I need to do, I would still go and do it. Except I will bring a bottle of Gatorade. Oh. By the way, Pepsi is not my sponsor. So there's also Powerade by Coca-Cola, which I own shares in. Beginning in 1839, the extension of Penha Palace was planned by King Ferdinand II, wanted to create a perfect fantasy fort, and for that he bought exotic plants and tree species from all over the world. Among the exotic vegetation you'll see is considered the richest and the most extraordinary collection of tree species in Europe, as some of them no longer exist in their countries and continent of origin. In total, there are over 500 different species of trees. One of the main features of the park is a charming castle tower-shaped duck house. I don't want to sound like a bitch, but this is quite a hike. But we can see it now. Can you see it? Oh.
You don't sound like a bitch. It's
a hike. Thank you.
It's a hike.
Thank you. See? This guy makes me feel better. You have to come here and meet him. How the hell does this car get away with this? I had to hike up like a bitch, and they get to come up on a car. Ignore those down there telling you can't come up. I'm going to bring my car up next time. Welcome to the Peanut Palace? No, Peanut Palace. With that being said, let's get going. All right. Hey, this looks so legit. Look at that. Okay. Did you see enough? We need to see inside. That's what we need to do. The Penha Palace is one of the most famous Sintra landmarks and the first established as a monastery during the Middle Ages. The Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755 left it in ruins. The King Ferdinand II and the Queen Maria II, struck by the beauty of the location, decided to transform these ruins into a summer palace for the royal family, and the construction began in 1838 to 1860. The palace was designed by Baron Wilhelm Ludwig von Wiskowitz, whose vision was to create a romantic abode that complements the natural surroundings. The palace was created entirely from stone, with Moorish arches, towers, and a large central tower. Since 1995, the palace is classified as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. That explains why it is so expensive. Alright, perfect. Oh, hey, just in time. Please everyone, the staff is super strict on the time admissions. If you miss it, you have to buy another ticket. So come early and you can explore the exterior and go crazy like me. Wait, what time is it? 10 more minutes.
The lineage of the family.
I think I have ideas what to do. Hence, I'm only going to be here for, I don't know, this is probably the only time in my life I can be here. I'm going to do something really crazy. I'm going to say, I'm the king of the world! Look like it's time for me to line up. My gosh. Look like a full party tonight again. I hope there's enough cold beers for everyone here. So finally, we are in the interiors of this palace. First up, this room shows you the pre-McDonald's days, how people are used to be a little more classy and fancier when they dine. Although the king built this summer residence, the royal family never actually spent much time here, because they are always busy on royal duties. King Ferdinand and Queen Maria II intervened decisively on matter of decoration and symbolism. They prefer styles in much accordance with the exotic taste of romanticism. Among others, Kane suggested vault arches, medieval and Islamic element to be included, and he also designed the ornate windows for the main facade. The intentional mixture of eclectic style includes Neo-Gothic, Neo-Manueline, Neo-Islamic, and Neo-Renaissance. Much of this has been evident since a major restoration in the 1840s. Well, I think to take over this palace, I need to have at least 1,000 children, so everyone gets out their own rooms. We'll start working on that right now. So we are coming to this room, is the tea room. Yes, tea. Very, very elaborate. Look how classy are these teapots. Now this is the telephone room. But no matter what room it is, look up, look up, look up, look up. You see a symbol or a crescent. Oh, this room is called the sitting room, and it's designed for guys just like me who like to sit and do nothing. Yeah. I know my map is not perfect, but I can tell you right now, I lost count how many rooms and how many types of room out there. But all I can say is there is so many rooms. Enough room for every single one of my 1,000 future children. And I'm gonna start having them right now. After the death of Ferdinand, the palace passed into possession of his second wife, Elisa Hensler. The latter then sold the palace to King Louis, who wanted to retrieve it for the royal family, and thereafter the palace was subsequently used by the family. In 1889, it was purchased by the Portuguese state, and after the Republican Revolution of 1910, it was classified as a national monument and transformed into a museum. The last Queen of Portugal, Queen Amelia, spent her last night at the palace before leaving the country in exile. Another grand room we are going into. You can basically walk literally all day, absolutely all day. Now we are hiking back to the first floor, I think. It's pretty grand, again, very grand. They do have a little cafeteria, tourist price, but you know, as expected. Now, this is where you can grab some sugar to get down there if you need it. For me, I like to celebrate the fact that I conquered this hill and the fact that this palace with a Portuguese beer. With that being said, let's cheers. Oh yeah, that's a good beer. If you still got some energy, I recommend you hike up 1 kilometer to another landmark. The Moorish Castle, one of the many Moorish vestiges left from the Great Muslim Empire in northern Africa. Built during the 8th and the 9th century, the Castle of Moorish is one of the impressive examples of strategic fortification built for the defenses. The castle was later left in ruin until Christian crusaders took the Moorish construction in 1147. Today, you can see an ancient wall that was used to defend the location against enemies approaching from outside. This section is called The Castle because it was once a fortress for the Portuguese king and the queen. Once again, it was getting late, and once sunset, the darkness kicks in pretty quickly. In Portugal, many parts of the rural area do not have streetlights, so drive with caution and pay attention to the road. I wasn't ready to head home. I wanted to experience living on the edge. My final stop tonight is Cape Roca, the westernmost point of continental Europe.
As you can hear, it's so windy here, but someone screamed. Okay, you see this? Well, it's only about 15 minutes drive from the Sintra. This is the most western point of all Europe. I'm sure you guys can hear it. It's crazy how windy it is. By the way, I'm eating the chicken from the Southern Portuguese chicken in my car. Enjoying the pitch darkness of the most western point of Europe. It's actually nice to be here hearing the sound of the winds and just, you know, not listen to any music and just able to be with yourself.
800 meters, exit right.
Alright, that's based on the initial assessment. Let's hope it stays.
I always advocate safety comes first, including safe sex. Safe filming. Solo filming, that is. The high wind and the rain made the filming on this side just impossible. Since I got another day to kill, I'll be back tomorrow morning to do it safely. For now, I'm going to wish you a good night. Oh, hold on. Let's talk about parking in Lisbon. Oh god. It's a nightmare.
Ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to let you know I am not alcoholic. I was about to go to pub crawls until I couldn't find parking. And when I finally find parking, you basically need to have exact change. You cannot use credit cards, and the free parking start at 1 a.m. So basically, I don't have too much change on me, so I have to go and grab myself a beer. With that being said, I'm still grateful I found that parking spot. And cheers, everyone. Good morning. Last day here in Portugal. Drone, camera bag, and myself. Minus this weather. I don't need this type of weather, but it is what it is. Let's make it a fantastic day. So I actually wanted to try to drive on the toll road. Oh, it does cost money, but it's not a lot. Check how few car is. Well, maybe it's because it's Saturday morning, but overall, I wish I had done it more, but here we go. Check this out. It's becoming a daily routine when I see a supermarket and go and grab some snacks and put in the car, as well as some waters in case I need it. With that being said, let's go and get it done. Back to the car.
Told him that he thought he should stay.
Ever. And the same with Jan towards Chris.
So back at the most western tip, I'm sure you can hear it. The wind is still pretty, yeah. But at least, you know one thing, we get a better view. The cape, which form parts of Sintra mountain range within the Sintra Cascade National Park, southwest of Sintra. On the edge of the cliff, there's a cross monument with a stone plaque inscribed the location of the westernmost point of continental Europe. Voiceover makes this possible to do. Here you go. This is the view of the most western tip of Europe. The coast is a mixture of sandy beaches and rocky cliffs. Around the Cabo da Roca, cliffs are more than 100 meters in height and cut into crystal rocks, composed of strongly folded and faulted sedimentary units. think this is as much as it can handle when the most southern, western part of Oh my gosh. Historical records indicate there was a fort on Cape Roca in 17th century that plays an important role in guarding the entrance of Lisbon's harbor, forming a defensive line along the coast, especially during the Peninsular War. Today there are only traces, as well as a lighthouse which is still an important point for navigation. This is the lighthouse from Dayton. Excuse me, it's power lines, look at that. Oh my goodness. Well, you know what, let's have a quick glance. Lighthouse we're not allowed to go in. And then what we can do is we check out a little souvenir shop. The lighthouse sits on 165 meters above the sea level and stands 22 meters in height. The third oldest still in operation on the Portuguese coast. The order to begin construction was handed down in 1758, but the work only launched later in 1772. In 1843, the lighthouse underwent a major restoration change with the installation of a new rotation device consisting of 16 arcing light bulbs with parabolic reflectors. Throughout the 20th century, the lighthouse was subject to various interventions designed to modernize. In 1990, the lighthouse underwent automation. Due to innovation in shipping navigation, during the 2000s, the electrical sirens and radio systems were both deactivated. Today, the lighthouse is largely symbolic historic architecture with a tourist souvenir shop in the adjacent building. Basically, in the gift shop, you can also grab tickets to attractions in Sintra. The weather wasn't on my side and I was hungry. It's time for me to go fishing. Just joking. Fishing plays a major economic role in Portugal. The country has a long tradition in the sector and is among the countries in the world with the highest fish consumption per capita. So it is only right I headed towards a seaside town of Aza do Mar, originally a fishing community, to find some fresh catches. This town is also famous for their beaches. No comment. I'm not going down to the beach. No. The reason I came to this town is I heard their beaches is one of the best in Portugal, but Mother Nature. However, let's do something that I should definitely have to do on my list: eat sardines before leaving Portugal. So let's go sardine hunting. Unfortunately, January is not the season for sardines, but the owner of the family-run traditional Portuguese restaurant Adega das Assassins generously invited me to stay for lunch and enjoy some of the local specialties and their signature dish. I just couldn't pass up the warm hospitality of the local people.
We are in Zenhas do Mar, in Adega das Zenhas, the restaurant from my father and my grandmother.
We're going to talk about our restaurant.
We are 20 years old, made by my grandmother. That started off with this signature dish. Excellence. This wine is also made in Portugal and Zenhas do Mar. Old time. These ones are from our shore.
This is the machine we catch barnacles. They are in the rock like this, and we with this cut. Yeah.
Must be hard work.
Yeah, very hard work and very dangerous.
The first on the menu is my favorite. This is the first time I'm trying the barnacles. The nickname Lucifer's Finger. It's considered a delicacy in Europe and pricey given the fishermen had to risk their lives catching in the rocky coastal shores.
Down.
Oh, down.
Down. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you eat this.
Like that?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
and you crush the head. Only the water. This only the water. This you eat, and this is the water.
He's expert. This is
Yeah.
so good. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. So, what you do, this is what you do, okay? You don't pull it.
Yeah.
You pull
No,
it.
but down. The other side. Yeah.
Okay.
Down.
Down. This side.
No.
It's okay. I made it.
Next is a traditional Portuguese food.
Oh, wow.
All the people in Portugal eat this. It's cod. It's fried with onion, yeah.
Oh.
With olive oil.
Olive oil.
Yeah, and you see, like this.
Okay. Perfect. Oh my gosh.
You try.
Of course I would try. Okay, let's have it. Oh my god, I got some good feelings about this. You guys ready? It's hard to describe. It's sweet. It's very tender. The meat is like really soft and it tastes like heaven. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. We serve with chips, fries. You have egg. You see? And onion. This.
That's amazing.
I love to recommend this fish to the client. This is a plate we have only here in the Década de Sagres.
Exclusive, only here.
Yeah. People here, he don't open the menu. Yes, Augusto, I want fillet.
Alright. And can you tell me again what kind of fish is this again?
This anchorfish.
Anchorfish.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we have to cut. Yeah. We have to take the bones here.
Bones. Oh,
yeah?
okay.
You try.
Okay, of course. Alright, here goes. Another round of fish.
Not good.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you. We serve with this, with vegetable rice. Yeah. Our rice is like this.
Very good seasoning. I can taste some peppers inside there.
Yeah.
Also,
they have pepper, they have lemon,
and also some tomato.
This is the dish of the day today. It's fava bean.
Fava bean.
Yeah. We serve only this, yeah, with maybe salad, and this with the chorizo. You know this one?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
this
so. Sausage, right?
Not sausage. Chorizo. I don't know what's the name.
I'm gonna voice over this. Let me see if I can guess it.
Yeah. And this.
Oh.
And this with pork. With pork. Yeah. Yeah.
Very creamy.
Yeah.
Very creamy. And this is sausage, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And pork. Pork too.
Pork.
And the fava bean. Yeah. Very strong for the guys we work. For the guys to the sea. It's a strong meat.
I like the shell, it's somewhat hard, but when you bite it, it's like the flavor just come right out.
Yeah, yeah. All the flavor here. You can change the flavor, you put salt, you put piquant, yeah?
I'm totally stuffed, but I always have room for desserts, especially when it is homemade.
I make these desserts. Yeah. Easy with the nuts and pastry. And we call Agostinhos.
I'm such a sucker for dessert, so I can't say no. Okay. It's crispy in the outside, but inside is like very soft, juicy. I'm in heaven right now. One good question. What is the filling inside there?
Nuts, eggs, and the secret.
You won't tell me. You won't
No. You kill me, I don't tell.
I might not know the secret, but at least I get to eat it. I don't know if I want to be like that, but I finish this one for today.
Was something he referred to in.
After digesting the mountain of calories, it's time to head back to Sintra and get some more exercise.
Emotions. Continues.
Once again, one of the biggest headaches of coming to see places like this. If you were to drive in by car, it's just parking. It's just such of a bitch. Once again, I say that. So roughly about like a kilometers away there is a parking place. It is paid, no way around it, but at least it's better than getting your car towed. With that being said, it's checked in, get going. We are now 10 minutes into the hike. I think we're about to get there. Let me just check my trusty 2 minutes. Head west, 2 minutes. You see that gate? That's the entrance. Just joking. Nah, we have to keep going. Hopefully not for too much longer. Here you go, my dear friends. Reach our place. Now because I got the Lisbon card, I got 30% off, so here is my tickets. Alright, I paid 960 euros for my entrance. With that being said, let's
The weather was absolutely horrible, but this estate has plenty of shades to ride out the rain. The Quinta da Regalera is a designated UNESCO World Heritage Site. In the early years, it belonged to the Viscountess of Regalera, a family of wealthy merchants from Porto. In 1892, the family sold it to a millionaire, Antonio Augusto Arcavio Monteiro, who was a Portuguese philanthropist, lawyer, and entomologist. Monteiro has a vision for a state that will reflect his ideologies and interests.
Alright, at least I'm taking cover. Just a little bit. Oh, I got companies right here. Man. Oh wow. Ooh. Okay, here you go. Hello. Oh my goodness. Thank goodness I didn't eat too much today. Didn't gain too much weight. So this is a vantage point. Now there's a lot of these, so there's no need for you two guys to cram into each other. However, the reason I'm here is I need to get out of rain before my video equipment. With that being said, I think this is a very nice pillar. So here we go. You get a nice vantage point here. And then with that being said, the rain has stopped. I'm gonna go right back down.
Much of the 4 hectares of land in the surrounding estate consists of densely tree park lined with myriad roads and footpaths. The woods are neatly arranged in the lower part of the estate, but are left wild and disorganized in the upper part, reflecting Carvalheiros Monteiro's belief in primitivism.
Apparently there's a tennis court here. Watch your head, please. Easy. Alright, here we go. Up. My hand is saved. And this is the view of the tennis court. Lovely.
Built by a eccentric Freemason, the park also contains extensive and enigmatic system of tunnels, which have multiple entry points including griddles, the chapel, waterfall lakes, and Nida's Cave, which lies beneath the Regalera Tower.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for another round of hike? But thank goodness, only the stairs. I'm just following a bunch of other folks, not knowing where to go, but they are going pretty high. They go high, I'm gonna go higher. Let's get going. American style. You can stay here all day, but I'm going to go and check out the main highlight of this attraction. Here we go, guys. This is the highlight, which is the initiation well. Go ahead.
Thank you.
No problem. I'm such a gentleman today. Yeah, good idea. Keep walking. Don't drag up the line. All right, so careful. So you want to see what I see? Come right here. Look at this. One more time. Honestly, don't drag up the line, by the way. It's just not nice. Because you can see right down there how many people is actually waiting. The mysterious initiation well resembles an underground tower lined with stairs. The walls never serve as a water source, but it's filled with pagan occult symbols, one of the most famous attractions in all of Sintra. The mysterious design without any clear purpose is a source of fascination. Alright, it's getting darker and darker as we walk, but here's another view. Alright, you see that? Alright, you got enough on my face yet? Uh-huh. Now, you have seen my face from down. Let's see it from up right here. Here we go. Do I look good? I'll let you be the judge. Of the two wells, the larger one contains 27-meter spiral staircase with 23 small inches on the side. Now you see me from the top, but now you get to see me from bottom up. I hope I look spectacular. After you finish over there, the initiation well, there's a lot of caves you can check out. Like we'll talk about like tons and tons and tons of caves. So let's check out this direction just for once. All right, look like it's another well. Here you go. Another well is, here you go. Man, I'm getting dizzy. Okay. Back to me, back to me, back to me. Oh, wow. Are you getting enough of me yet? By the way, one advice for you guys. Your head, watch your head. Oh, wait, do this. Well, more caves. This one's a little bit more grand. This one I don't need to look out for my head, but got a few close encounters. Last one. Cavallero worked with the Italian architect Luigi Montanini to include Manini's architectural design, including its beautiful palace with a combination of Roman, Gothic, and Renaissance and Manueline styles. The construction started in 1904 and was finished in 1910. In the mid-1900s, the estate was sold to another private buyer and changed hands a couple of times after before eventually sold to the Sintra Town Council in 1997. Nested within the gardens, the small chapel of Holy Trinity was built in Neo-Manueline style. Inside you'll find a Roman Catholic reference to the Virgin Mary, and Jesus, frescoes, stainless steel glass windows, and stuccos. The nearby palace has 5 floors. The main floor and the first floor is accessible to the visitors. Now your tour also includes the visit to the palace, and I can tell you one thing. Everything is pretty grand. So yeah, just before you leave, check this out. It's pretty spectacular. The main floor is where you can find public rooms where Montero family will have relaxed and entertain guests. This includes the hunting room, Renaissance room, music room, king's room, and the smoking room. It was time for me to head back to Lisbon and started packing for my early morning flight tomorrow. But there's no way, even with this weather, I'm leaving the country without finishing up my final assignment. Picking up a Portuguese wife. Picking up my final dinner, and I'm gonna be shamelessly picky. I want my last meal to be sardines because that's still on my list. We did try out really awesome meals. Oh yes, fish, but still no sardines. And one of the recommendations asked me to come to this one near the port. Wow, it's closed. What I got is, a nice view of the port. Well, looks like this will be my last meal in Portugal, well, at least last dinner here. And I'm having it really late because thanks to Lisbon's chaotic parking, I found a place that serves sardines, which is exciting. Well, look what just came, look at this. A full sardine meal, it's about 10 euros. With that being said, let's eat. A bit of a chocolate flavor. This is definitely grilled. I can tell there's really not much of a seasoning, and it always gets you to taste the real fish, the actual fish. They also have these small bones, but you can just chew it through. It's really no big deal. Yeah. What do I think about the sardines? I like to have fish with a little bit more meat, but still, it is Portuguese. With that being said, enjoy your meal, everyone. Good morning. It's about 5 a.m. and I'm heading over, get my car, and this is basically the beginning of the end. A beautiful journey indeed. Alright, let's get going. My trusty car. As we discussed before, if you are taking the public transportation to the airport, from the city center at the Restore Square bus stop, you can take the airport dedicated bus number 1 and route number 705, 722, 744, and 783 during the daytime, and the night bus 208 after 11 p.m. Lisbon Metro also have a direct connection to the airport, but it requires transfer via Saint Sebastião station. On average, the public transportation takes about 30 minutes and 15 minutes by driving. I recommend you arrive at the airport at least 2 hours prior to your departure for the European Union bound flights, and 3 hours for internationally scheduled flights. Be warned, check-ins for international flight can get very confusing and frustrating. Oh yeah. Finding my check-in counter for Air Canada. Oh wow. This is the most confusing check-in ever, and I haven't even checked in and dropped off my bags yet. The reason is, in Terminal 1 where Air Canada fly off, there's check-in A, B, C, and D, and I've been getting runaround. If you arrive early and flying on business class or have a lounge membership, there's many lounge at Lisbon Airport for you to grab a final drink and some bite. All lounge in the airport offer showers. Alright, so made it through the boarding gate. I think now we're heading off the air bridge. With that being said, I'll be flying home to Toronto. This marks our magnificent journey to Portugal's mainland. Therefore, I'm going to end our amazing trip with a glass of wonderful Portuguese sparkling wine. Cheers. Most associate Portugal with crystal clear coastlines, footballs, and egg tarts. For me, it's coming to one of the oldest countries in Europe and learning about its long and proud history, its struggles and triumphs, and the dark past of slavery. To experience thousands of years of rich heritage and traditions, from food, music, to arts. To appreciate the natural beauty, how people of this little nation are protecting and sharing all the stunning landscape with the entire humanity. Despite facing many past and present social and economic challenges, the people of this land are always ready to conquer them with courage, making countless contributions in the area of politics, environment, and culture. My favorite will always be the warm hospitality and the brave smile from the people of Portugal. I invite you to experience its spirit, soul, and the beating heart of this land. Thank you for watching. Adios.